All right. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. We got a very, very good show for you tonight. A lot of work went into this one. A lot to talk about. Been working on this episode for a few weeks. Compiling. So, first thing we want to do, let's make sure audio. I changed some things on the audio. Hopefully now the audio should be synced. Let me know, guys. Is the audio synced up to my mouth? How's it looking? All right. Maybe we finally fixed that. Good. I removed the delay I had on there. Okay, good. So we got some orders of business to take care of before we get started. All right. First of all, we got this gigantic super chat. Mr. Bruce Lee comes in with a $200 dono before we even start the show. Says, let's get this weekend started. Cheers. Congrats on 400K. Yep. We also got that. Thank you so much, Mr. Bruce Lee, for that incredibly generous donation to kick the stream off. We did hit 400,000 subscribers about an hour ago. So that's cool. I mean, we hit 200,000, I believe, in July. So maybe even later than that, maybe September. So yeah, it's been pretty wild growth. Appreciate all you guys and all the new subscribers. Some of you have been around for a long time. Some of you are new. For those of you who didn't know, I actually have not been on YouTube that long. I just retired out of the military just over 2 years ago. So we're doing pretty well. Pretty proud of it. Proud of the community. You guys are crazy supportive. Okay. We got some other cool stuff. We're going to do some giveaways at the end of the stream. If you stay around long enough, we finally got the America First flags in. I'll put it up here in a little bit. We're going to give away some flags. We're going to give away some hats. We're going to give away all sorts of different stuff. Okay. That'll be at the end as a celebration. But first, hold on. I get a text from Ian. Never mind. I just like to text. Okay. Other orders of business. We had a few. I want to let sure everybody can start funneling in here because this episode is going to start out hot. I can tell you that. Oh, did I win? Oh yeah. Also, orders of business, the Gundy Awards. We keep talking about this because you guys nominated me, so we're going to try to win, and we're like one of the main categories, which I'll pull up here to the Gundys. All right. So we got. You go to the Gundy's Awards and go to vote. You'll see all the categories. We are, here it is. We are most influential man of the year for category. It's in the pinned comment right now. If you want to come vote for me, that would be cool. And if we come down, we've got some pretty big names in here. Chad Wright. We got Chris Cappy, our buddy Chris. And then I am right here if you want to vote for me. So if you don't, that's cool too, but easy way to support the channel. So we got that going. All right. Also, this episode, we got we're using a lot of really good content here. We got content from Coach Colin, our buddy Coach Colin, who's done a fantastic job covering all this TPUSA stuff. Ian, of course, Ian Carroll, got a bunch of content from him. Buddy Dan from Heavy Duty Country, Jesse on Fire. We got Candace. We got cool content from everybody. And this is going to be a good one. Okay. We are going to start out the episode. We got a lot to cover. Okay. First part of it's probably going to take us almost an hour, I would bet. First part of the show, we are going to cover the Sean Ryan interview between him and the head of security from TPUSA. Okay. So this will be the very first thing we cover. We're going to cover it in detail, and I am going to let me say some things up before we start this episode. Let me get some context out of the way, okay? I have I've shown a lot of grace to TPUSA. I haven't been very critical other than kind of explaining all the actual on the ground failures of the security team. Haven't been critical of Erica Kirk. So that's where the context comes from. We understand ahead of time. I'm not some TPUSA hater that's been all over their nuts. I've done almost no content on TPUSA. I've just covered the actual sort of, shooting itself from the Charlie Kirk situation. However, this episode, There will be zero grace shown. This episode will be brutal. It will be accurate. It will be correct. It will be objectively correct. However, I will not be pulling any punches. There will be no mercy shown, and people who need to be exposed, especially the head of security, he'll be the main target, are going to get exposed really hard. It's not going to be pretty. Okay. Now, the reason for that is if you haven't watched this episode, okay, the Sean Ryan episode, I got about halfway through this. I had to use Coach Collins clips for a lot of this because I couldn't actually stomach watching the entire thing because he disgusted me so much. I come from very high level organization in the military, Army Special Forces, leadership, some of the best leadership in the world. And there is nothing that signals failed leadership more than a leader who has someone die in their stead, their stewardship, and they take zero accountability. All they can do, the guy in charge, the leader, the commander, the boss, all he could do in this 2.5 hour episode was point the finger at everybody else. Nothing's my fault. Nothing's my fault. Nothing's my fault. And I want you guys to understand this. When you're doing a job like this, when you are protecting people and trying to keep people alive, and you fail, let me be very, very clear up front. He failed. He's the boss. He's the commander. It's his company. I'm not necessarily going to say it's his fault that Charlie was killed, but he failed. His one job was to keep Charlie Kirk alive. Charlie Kirk is dead. And when you have people die on your watch, which is a thing in my line of work, my previous line of work as a Green Beret, even if it's not your fault as the commander, you still take all the responsibility. You take all the accountability because that's what leadership means. That's what being in charge means. You don't pass the buck downhill. It's much like what we're seeing with Trump and Hegseth passing the buck downhill on Admiral Frank. Failures in leadership. Okay? So that is why this is not going to be a nice coverage of this. Also, he just lied a bunch, and I'm going to expose the lies and show you all the things he's lying about. So that's where I want to give context ahead of time for people who go, "Oh, you're being so mean." Well, it's deserved. All right. We got quite a few people in here. We can go ahead and get started. Okay? Let's kick the episode off. So we're going to cover a bunch of different stuff that was in this interview, and then I'm going to show exactly where he's lying, and I'm going to explain objectively what he's lying about, what he's wrong about, where he should be taking accountability that he's not. We're going to work our way through it. Okay. Then we're going to get into TPUSA, the drama with Candace, obviously. That'll be the second half. And we're going to talk about who these people at TPUSA are. Because I don't think I've said this before. You know what TPUSA reminds me of, guys? Any of you guys seen the show Righteous Gemstones? Which I'm a huge fan of the show. I love the show, by the way, with Danny McBride. Anybody watch Righteous Gemstones in here? So TPUSA reminds me of the show Righteous Gemstones. And what I mean by that is you've got Eli, John Goodman's character, who's basically held this entire thing afloat for 30 years. He retires, essentially. And his kids are just a bunch of fucking leeches. They're worthless. They've done nothing to help him or the church itself. And all they care about is siphoning out money from the church. That's what TPUSA feels like to me. They feel like a bunch of fucking leeches, a bunch of fake Christian leeches. And I'm going to show you who these people are, the people calling Candace out. So for those of you who don't know, what's his nuts here? The bald nerd that called Candace out. What's this guy's name again? We're gonna get into this. I'm giving some context up front before we kick this whole thing off. I forget his name. What's his name, guys? This little bald nerd, Blake Neff. For example, we're gonna look at Jesse on Fire's video on this today. This dude was fired from Fox News for some of the craziest racist fucking statements on an anonymous account you'll ever see in your life. Like this guy he's not a good person. He's a fucking fake Christian. All these people are LARPing. And Andrew Colvett, we're going to cover him in detail. They're just LARPing, right? They're fucking leeches. And we're going to get into that. Okay. I told you this is going to be, Nate hasn't talked about TPUSA bad at all. And it's going to get there. Okay. All right, let's jump into the episode. Let's kick this thing off. First thing we're starting off with, again, Charlie Kirk's head of security. We're going to work our way through, okay? First thing we're going to talk about is the actual beginning shot going off itself, and then we're going to work our way through in a linear fashion as we go. And we're going to talk about things as we go. So again, if you're not subscribed to Coach Colin, I am Coach Colin. Do so. Fantastic content. He's covered this amazingly in detail. Him and Ian, Candace, they've all covered the TPUSA side. So make sure you go subscribe to him as well. All right, let's jump into it and let's get started.
And I remember.
Where's my volume? Stand by.
I heard the gunfire, and then I don't know if you've heard this, but I heard that bullet slap him.
Okay, boom, guys, we didn't make it. What was that? Was that 4 seconds into the episode before we caught our first lie? All right, so sorry, we barely got anywhere into it. So what he says there is he's talking about how he's essentially 15 feet away from Charlie. He hears the gunshot go off, and he asks Sean, "Have you heard of something? Is this something was like normal for you?" He's talking about in combat, right? I heard the gunshot go off, and then I heard the slap on Charlie Kirk's neck. Did you? Did the physics of that actually make sense? Could your auditory response even pick that up? I don't know. Let's talk about it. Okay, let's say a 30-06 was used. A 30-06 round is traveling at about 2,500 to 2,600 feet per second from 140 yards. I did the math, and that round, by the time it leaves the gun and hits the neck, is in 0.15 seconds. Little over a tenth of a second between the gunshot and the impact of the neck. That is that. From 15 feet away in a loud auditory or in a loud, auditory area, people fucking yelling, cheering, the gunshot going off, and you heard a loud slap that hit the neck. No, you didn't. That's completely fucking made up. Your ears could not have even put those two things together. They happen so fast in a tenth of a second. So right out the gate, you're fucking lying, which is not a great start. And why lie about that? And I'm not saying, no, I am saying it's not possible because, again, your brain literally could not catch the difference between those two things. So no, you didn't hear a slap on the neck. Okay, let's keep it moving.
And so you hear two sounds, actually.
No, you don't. We just described it in 0.15 seconds. No, you don't. That's a lie.
And so you hear the actual shot, and then you hear the bullet hit him in the neck. Like you hear.
No, you didn't.
And so in my head, I had an attribution to that. Oop, I know what that is. And so
he's trying to claim that he knows. Oh, if I hear a gunshot and then a slap, oh, I know what that is. No, you don't. You didn't hear that. Okay. So it's just weird. It's just a weird thing to lie about. Don't even know why he would even say that.
I turned, and when I turned, started running, that's when Dan grabbed him. And I mean, this is a live fire event. It's not everybody thinks in hindsight, well, this is a one-shot assassination.
Oh,
no, in our heads, there's
you
fire.
Don't know what that is.
There's fire.
Okay, let's talk about this, because this is one of the biggest things I criticize them about with their failures of actual security and actually react to contact. That's what this is, right? So they hear the gunshot goes off. He claims, his security team, the first thing in their minds is, where's the threat? Where's the threat? Now, that's interesting you say that, because I can show you the moment he shot, and it's right here. Now, let's analyze this. Let's see, Mr. Head of Security, if your immediate reaction and your entire team's immediate reaction was There's multiple shots coming. Okay, let's look. Here's you, not concerned at all about pulling security. You're focused on Charlie. Here's Dan. He's got Charlie. Here's Frank Turek. He's staring at Charlie. All right, here's your other security guard staring at Charlie. Nobody here is looking out for a shooter. Also, we know brown shirt guy that's right here who immediately sprints and jumps over. I believe we can actually pull him up. Where was he? Yeah, okay, we got him. Now, you were just staring at Charlie the whole time. So, no, actually, buddy, nobody. And we'll get into all this weird shit as we go here. Let me get back to this. I think it was 17. Oh, after the shot goes off. Here we go. None of you, not a single one of you is concerned with security. It's almost like you all knew only one shot was going to go off. Look at you. Here's you. You guys see my cursor? I want to make sure you guys can see my cursor, what I'm pointing at. Chat, you see my cursor when I'm showing you that? When I'm pointing at people? Somebody give me a yes before I keep moving. All right, good. So again, yeah, I'm scanning for threats. No, you fucking weren't, guy. Now, I'm not saying anything wrong for Dan, the person immediately here. Of course, this was the right action by him. And even you, sure, that's fine. But none of your other fucking security. Everybody here is bailing out the back. We saw old, brave Mikey McCoy. He's headed out, right? He's bailing. So no, none of your security, buddy, not a single one of your security turned to look for any more gunshots. So you're lying. That's just straight up made up. And so why would you go on Sean Ryan's show and lie about that? Because I can look at the reaction. It's on video. Also, guys, I want to say, I forgot to preface this. I'm not here to beat up on Sean. I'm a fan of Sean. I like Sean's content. I really like Sean as a person. He's a great dude, I think. However, I think this was objectively the worst interview he's ever done. And I'm not trying to beat up on Sean. I mean that because this is probably one of the most controversial things that's happened in America since MLK or JFK. This interview needed to be done in a way that wasn't what it was. And I understand from Sean, he's very devout in his Christianity. And it was obviously what they wanted this to be. They wanted this to be an exoneration interview where he could come out and they would clear the security team's name. Okay, got it. We also saw that's what it was. But that's not what was needed in this interview. Okay. And Sean knows better. So Sean knows this type of stuff like I do. In fact, Sean was a CIA security contractor, right? He protected assets. So Sean knows better than anybody all of these failures. But again, I like Sean. I'm not beating up on Sean. I'm just saying I expected a lot better from a journalistic approach. Yeah, but let's keep moving because again, there's a lot to get through in this episode. All right, here we go.
There's more to come.
Again, we already showed that none of you reacted that way.
Right. And so Dan grabs Charlie, and then
who's Dan?
Dan was the guy standing right next to Charlie.
Dan, by the way, we've seen him, this gentleman right here. Okay. So everybody knows who they're talking about. Right.
When he got shot on the stage. And then I was to the right of Dan.
Okay.
And so he grabs him, and then I turn and see him start to the ground. But then I'm just thinking gunfire. And he's leading to the ground because I'm on his right. Well, he was shot right here in the left of his neck. And so I jumped down on top of Charlie to cover him because where we're at, it's concealment at best. It's a tabling with cloth on it. So it's not hard cover.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair. What he's talking about here. I don't have any problems with that specifically.
So our guys are starting piling back in, and they're down, putting a human shield around him, but it's still just concealment. It's not cover. And so I initially dove down on top of him and just was on him almost face to face. And then when I was doing that, I went down, I could see the wound. And so I immediately shoved my hand into the wound to stop the bleeding.
Okay. Whoo. Oh boy, here we go. There is a lot to talk about here with that statement. All right, so even though Dan was the first one on top of Charlie, somehow he was the one that got over there, and he was the one that buried. He was the first to care, right? He's the one that's got his hands buried in Charlie Kirk. All right, great. Here we go. Let's clear some things up because Nate's not always right, but Nate is pretty often right. And let me talk about some things here. Do you guys remember, I did a whole video on this, no blood on the hands. And then there was some other content creators who said, no, there was another guy and he had a little bit of blood on his hands. And that proves that they tried to save Charlie's life. It was that gentleman. And what did I come out and tell you guys? Well, we'll go to my video. Okay. Let's see. I got my timestamps here, 13 minutes. All right. So let's talk about this because what we were told
know that because he had some blood on his hands. Videos have come out since then that have claimed actually it's a guy, a different security guard that treated Charlie Kirk. And we know that because he had some blood on his hands. But again, we have to be very careful when we use selective evidence and we don't look at things in very close attention to detail. So let me show you some things. All right, now let's take a look at these photos. Okay, so what I've seen.
Remember what you told? Oh, this guy's got a little bit of blood on his hands. He was the one with his hands buried in Charlie Kirk's neck. And I said, no, it wasn't.
Some people saying is, no, this guy's got blood on his hands. So he was the one that treated and tried to save Charlie Kirk's life. And time out. Let's actually look at this guy close. All right. We do see a little bit of blood on his hands. Also, what we really see is most of the blood is up here in his biceps and his forearms. And we'll see that in a different picture here as well. Okay. So a little bit of blood on the hands. But again, as you see, most of the blood stains up here in the forearms and biceps. Now, what does that tell us? Does that tell us because he's got a little bit of blood on his hands, he was the one with his hands buried in Charlie Kirk's neck? Maybe. I hope so. I mean, I really do, guys. I do not want it to be the case that nobody tried to save Charlie Kirk's life because that brings us into massive complications. However, you're not going to get blood up in your forearms, right? And your biceps, primarily, what you're going to get that from is if you're carrying Charlie Kirk at the bloodiest part of his body, which he was. All right, so when I talk about attention to detail,
there we go. And as I showed you, this is who you were told by other creators. Oh, he's got blood on his hands. This proves he's the one that was treating Charlie. And I told you, no, he's fucking not. And Nate was right. Because, as this guy has said, he was the one. Wait, hold on. My sound's not synced now? God damn it. Hold on. Let me try to change something here. Give me 1 sec. How about now? How about now? Are we good? Are we good now? A full sec? Not sync? Stand by. Let me go the other way. This is what we were trying to fix beforehand. I want to keep my good audio filters, but it is a pain in the ass to get this right. Hold on. Let's try even more. How about now? Audio now. Check. Check. 1, 2. Audio check. Come on. No? God damn it. All right. We just got to switch. I'm going to figure it out eventually. That that made it worse. Oh, well. Should be fine now. Yep. Now we're good, right? Well, now it is. And now I know it's good. Yeah. Because we took our filters off. All of our fancy filters. I think I need to set it up to my desktop, not my laptop. Okay, whatever. Audio won't be as good. It is what it is. We'll move on. Okay, anyway. Excuse me. As I was saying, very clear. And we're going to come back to this picture and the way they're carrying him because this is going to become important. But I told you. That is not who was treating Charlie. Okay, so we do know from what he's saying, he was the one. he had his he was doing all the treatment, which is going to become it's going to be important here in a minute. He did all the treatment. He's the one that had his hands buried in Charlie Kirk's neck. Okay, tracking. Got it. Let's keep moving.
Just trying to find the pressure, and it was coming out still. And I'm on top of him, like close. And it was still coming out enough that I guess it squirted through my fingers, and I could taste it on my lips.
Wow. See, look
And
at
so
that.
I
You
was
hear
like,
that?
man,
So much blood. It's squirting everywhere. It's blowing through his fingers. It's hitting him in the face. Okay. Stand by.
this a bad wound, right? And so I was just pushing that, and I don't know at that time. I know when you look at the clock, I was on him within 5 seconds and had my hands in him. And then I don't know when I put the first piece of medical on him.
I don't know where this medical was. Somewhere under the table. I didn't see an A bag. Maybe. Okay, maybe. We definitely didn't see it. And we're gonna look at this in the actual treatment here in a second.
It was sometime after that. Because I carry it right here. And that's why you carry it on you. You got to have it there. So, but then I remember pulling back away and think,
I know, way too close to the camera,
Uh-oh.
but you have to understand, I have a
We'll let it play.
Patreon now, so consider subscribing to the Patreon. As you know, sometimes we get attacked by bigger accounts, and it puts this channel in jeopardy. On
We'll let
Patreon,
Colin
I'll
just
be able to
pitch
talk
it.
about things that I can't talk about here, and you'll have more of a link to me, just in case, because like I said, they're going to figure out this whole
He's not wrong.
Philadelphia thing that I've been rolling with the past few weeks. And if they do, you'll find me over there. Link in the description.
damn, this is bad. Like it's coming out. And I don't remember saying this, but the guys told me, and you can kind of see it on the video. I said, prep the car. And I just prepped, and you see the two guys just take off. And that car's prepped in position, but what I mean, doors are open, I mean, the whole deal. And so we're doing pressure control there, and it's a carotid artery, so you can't.
Okay. All right. Let's break this down. Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about this. All right. And we're going to, of course, pull this up as we talk about this. It'd see if, and we can literally see it. See if anything he's saying is actually true. Okay. Now, I have this sort of pushed forward a little bit, but we're gonna back it up a little bit. All right. Well, there it was. There was actually okay. First thing, this is well into it. This is right before they get up and move. What do we notice? This is our head of security. This is his hand right here. What is missing from his hand? And again, this is right before they get up and move, Charlie. For a guy who's got his fucking hands buried in a carotid artery wound, there is suspiciously no fucking blood on your hands, brother. So I'm a little confused at what you're talking about. Your hand is fucking clean. Are you going to try to tell me that you were doing this one-handed? Because there's no way that's fucking true. That's absolutely not how you would deal with this wound. So again, let's back this up a little bit and actually watch this. This is Dan. Okay, handing things off. No blood on the hands. No blood on anyone's hands, by the way. No blood on Dan's hands. No blood on his hands. Now, I want you to watch this. We're going to break this down when they prepare to move Charlie. Okay, they get ready to move him. Here's the guy.
So let me break this down.
Oh, there's a guy with a big smile on his face. Hold on, let me get back to it when they're going to move. Oh, move him is in a secondary video, I believe. Stand by 1 second. We'll get to it. But I want to talk about that real quick before we do that. Okay. We saw absolutely no fucking blood on anybody's hands there, including his, who supposedly he's got his hands. He said, I've got my hands buried inside that neck. And we're going to show more clips of him talking about wiping all the blood away, all these different things. Okay. It didn't happen, dude. Like, we can see the video, right? We can see it. There's no blood on your face. There's no blood on your hands. So I'm confused as to where this supposedly happened. Now, I believe this is where I want to get to here in Coach Collins' video, where we'll watch them actually move Charlie here. Okay, for somebody who's claiming that he obviously knows what he's doing with trauma, let's actually watch him. Head of security, here he is. Right, let's watch what he does.
Here, they're picking him up.
Watch
Again,
him.
There's going to be a big blur spot because I have to do that.
Watch what he does. Watch. Boom. Here. What is he fucking doing? I thought you had your hands in Charlie Kirk's artery, holding his artery clamped. Well, now you're just fucking stand up. You just stood up, bud. So you're telling me that you had your hands buried in his neck, holding closed a carotid artery wound, and you just pulled your fucking hands out and just said, oh, well. This is my point, guys. You would never, ever, if you're the guy who's got an artery clamped from an arterial wound, you are not fucking pulling your hands out of that wound until the goddamn surgeon tells you to. And look what he's doing. He just fucking pulled out and said, I'm out, dude. I'm good. Let's move the car. So who's treating Charlie now? Who the fuck's treating Charlie now, guys? He just pulled his hands off the wound. He's headed off to do something else. So what do you think? An arterial wound, which, by the way, a arterial wound in a carotid, you're going to die in 90 fucking seconds if that's not clamped and treated. And he said in the beginning there, it was only 15 seconds from the time of the shot to the time they moved Charlie. So he runs over. He buries his hands in Charlie's neck, even though he has no blood on his hands. And then 8 seconds after he started to treat Charlie, he just stands up and leaves. Who's now controlling that arterial wound? They just passed it off? You would never fucking pass it off. You don't just pass it off to somebody else. It's not a thing. Okay? I'm telling you. From a guy who's treated real life fucking gunshot wounds. I don't just go, oh, I know you got an arterial wound and I have it clamped, but I'm doing something else now. No, I'm sorry. I got your ass, bro. I got your ass right here. You fucking left the casualty. You no longer have your hands on Charlie. And you got no blood on you. And so this is why, if you wanted to prove you were innocent and you wanted to exonerate yourself, rather than going on Sean Ryan's show and Paramount Tactical's show, you should have come on my show, which if you see this, you are more than welcome to come into the Lion's Den and try to defend yourself to the things I'm saying. You should do it. You should come on my show, brother. Because I'm not going to softball you. I'm going to say, why the fuck did you do that? If you're the guy who's controlling that arterial wound, why the fuck do you stand up and walk away? I told you this is going to be a rough one, guys. But is anything I'm showing you, even those of you who are probably not experts in trauma medicine, you're probably looking at that going, wow, that's fucked up. Good point, Nate. He's obviously fucking lying, isn't he, Nate? Yeah. I mean, it's right there. It's on video. You can't lie when it's on fucking video, guy. You left, and you were the primary care. Fail. F. Grade F in trauma medicine. Okay? That's the reality. Sorry if you don't like it. This is where Sean should have pushed back on you, but he didn't. But that's what we're here to do. All right, now let's get back to where we were.
We're trying to give wound care, and we got to get off this X, right? And so but I just said, we're exfilling. And so we got up, I think it was like 15, 16 seconds from the time the shot happened to the time we were picking him up and headed.
15 to 16
Yeah,
seconds.
that's what it was. Yeah. And so,
That's fast.
yeah,
Yeah, here's the thing, Sean, and this is where you should have pushed back. Okay, 15 seconds. That's fast. Yeah, in fucking traumas medicine, that doesn't matter. The dude's going to be dead in 90 seconds if he's not dead already. If you just let him bleed out. What is 50, getting him off the X in 15 seconds? What does that mean? If what it means to get him off the X is, hey, we just stand up and walk away and we don't worry about hemorrhage control and we just carry Charlie Kirk's body as he's just bleeding out of his neck and nobody's got their hands actually clamping the arterial wound, which we know is the case because I'll pull this back up and we can literally see not a single fucking person has got their hands in his neck.
Detail, this is where it comes in. And so now here's our same Kirk.
There you go.
Is Charlie underneath Charlie Kirk.
We can see ain't a goddamn person controlling any hemorrhage control on Charlie Kirk. If he wasn't dead immediately, he would have, let's say Charlie Kirk would have been salvageable. Let's say it didn't hit him in his spine. It just hit the right side, caught the carotid, severed part of the carotid and went through. And Charlie's going, fuck, right? Guess what? He would have fucking died because of your failures in trauma care. He would have died no matter what. Even if he was salvageable, he would have died because of exactly what I just showed you guys there. Because you just picked him up 15 seconds later and just drug him out while nobody actually clamped the wound. And we can watch it. I can watch it on video. You can't refute it because I can watch it live on fucking video. So again, yeah, where's the blood? So to me, again, my point is accountability, right? Where's the accountability? For you, your own personal actions, even though you own the security company, and we're going to get into all the failures. There's a bunch fucking more. Your personal actions on Charlie Kirk, you failed him. You took your hands out of his neck in a carotid artery wound. You carried him to the fucking vehicle without clamping the arterial wound. You made the decision, and I criticize you for this. And guys, a lot of you might think, oh, well, you're just being an armchair quarterback. Yeah, I can be an armchair quarterback because in this particular environment, I was a quarterback. Okay. I've dealt with these things. I've had people shot next to me in combat. I've treated people in combat. I've got them to medevac helicopters in combat. I've done all these things. So yes, I can criticize failures in this because these aren't even complicated. You probably have basic, not basic, but you probably just have infantrymen, people who serve in the military. They got basic trauma care that are looking at that going, wow, that's fucking dumb. Why would you do that? Right? So this is where I told you it was not going to be a nice episode, but it is what it is. All right, let's get back to it. We got a lot to get through. This whole fucking interview was just gaslighting and lies for the most part.
And this is horrible, but
It's fast to get an initial assessment, plug a hole, pick them up, move them.
Yeah. And so
Sean, they didn't plug a hole. They didn't get any initial assessment. They panicked. That's what you saw. It was sheer panic.
it's just like, dang. And it's some horrible realities of it too, that like I told the guys this and I haven't.
All right. Now, he's got a little bit of an emotional breakdown there, which I'm not going to criticize, man. That's real shit right there, right? I could see. You're the guy in charge. He died under your stewardship. He was assassinated under your stewardship. That would be emotional. But you know how he should have started this interview? How I would have started this interview if I was him, if I was the one in charge of the security company and this happened? I would have started this interview by looking at Sean in his face and saying, this is how I would have started. The first thing out of my mouth would have been, we failed Charlie. And here's why. And that's what the interview would have been. That's what the interview would have been. That was the correct way to enter that. Not Oh, it's everybody's fault but mine. And we're going to get into all the blame game here as we go. All right. Now, let's see where we at. Treatment of Charlie. Student roof access. That's where we are at. Oh, no. I had one more. One more that I wanted to take a look at before we moved on to the student roof access, which is going to be brutal. All right, here we go.
The entry wound looked like an exit wound.
There wasn't an exit wound because I remember rolling his head over and cleaning it so I could see if there was an exit. There was a guy that said that the mic was.
Okay, we're not worried about the mic. I just want you guys to hear that. So in that maybe 7 seconds we saw, because he didn't even stay on Charlie until he was moved, right? We saw him get up and move and go somewhere else. In that 7-8 seconds that he gets on Charlie, he's got his hands buried in Charlie's neck. He supposedly has pulled gauze out. He supposedly has put all this gauze in Charlie's neck in the 7 seconds. He's also had the time to turn Charlie over, blood sweep, look for the exit wound, turn him back over, but yet still doesn't have any blood on his fucking hands. Does that sound accurate at all to anyone? Does that sound like any of that actually happened in 7 fucking seconds to you guys? I can tell you as a guy who's very, very good at trauma medicine, I couldn't have pulled all that off in 7 fucking seconds. I couldn't have pulled all that off in 20 seconds. Okay? And I could promise you, I'm 1,000 times better at trauma medicine than he is. So I doubt it. Right? I doubt you had time to do all of this. You're on him. Your hands are buried in his neck. You got the gauze. You're putting the gauze in. You're turning him over. You're sweeping for the exit wound. All correct things to do. None of those things happened in the 7 seconds that you were on him. They just didn't. Objectively. Okay. Now, we want to talk about student roof access. Student roof access. This is going to be a rough one, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you saw this. Oh, what do we want to do with super chats, guys? I know I'm going to be on one. Do we want to break for super chats, or do you want to let me just cook through? Do you want to let me just cook through the Sean Ryan, and then we'll stop for super chats before we get into TPUSA? Does that sound better than to like trying to stop right now? All right, we'll cook through it. All right, we'll I'm on one right now, right? So I don't really want to stop. Okay, but don't worry, we'll get to them. All right, so the student roof access. My God, guys, I cannot fucking believe that this guy thought that this was going to exonerate him. What I'm going to show you is the biggest demonstration of incompetence and failed leadership. And this by itself, this motherfucker should have his business, his security business, like complete. He should sell this fucking thing. This is such a joke that this was like the moment that they thought this is gonna exonerate everything, right? Here we go. We'll show it first and then we'll work our way through it. Okay. All right, here we go.
Monday before Charlie was killed. We have some correspondence with the chief of the school, why he won't stand up like a man. And
let's remember that. Why he won't stand up like a man and take accountability. We'll come back to that.
Admit this. I don't know. He's watching a bunch of men lose their careers, and he's okay with it. Hello, Chief Long. We received this message today from the student group. There is a student roof access.
All right, we're not going to have him read it. I'm actually just going to show it up on screen so we can go through it. Okay. Here it is. So again, he calls the chief of police, tells him that he needs to step up and be a man and take accountability. Okay, guy, we'll get into that. Here we go. Let's look at this text message. And again, guys, he honestly thought this was going to be his saving grace, and I'm blown away. I wouldn't have even shown anyone this if I was him. He says, "Hello, Chief Long. We received this message today from the student group FYSA for your situational awareness. There is student roof access pretty close to where CK will be set up at Utah Valley. The Sorensen Student Center has a couple staircases that go walkways to the roof. Chief of Police says, you want to access the roof, ? He says, this is very important what we read here. I was told students have access above us. Is this true? It would be nice to have either have it controlled access or, the wording matters, allow one of my guys to be up there as well, if possible. His response is, I got you covered. First of all, let's talk about this. I got you covered is not an answer to the question. He asked an either or question. Either could your guys post up on this, or can my guys? So what you would need an answer back from is, hey, we'll take care of it. We'll put our guys up. Or B, you guys can have access. What the chief says is, I got you covered. He says, thank you, sir. That's it. That's the fucking conversation, okay? Let me break this down for you. When it comes to mission planning, pre-coordinations, coordinating with other units, okay, because we do this all the time when we go out on operations. I got to coordinate with aircraft. I got to coordinate with my SOD A's. I got to coordinate with potential having surgeons pre-placed. I got to coordinate with fucking everybody for everything. Do you know what I would never, ever, ever fucking do? Is send a text message to a guy I've never met and do zero follow-up. He didn't answer my question. And I got you covered to a guy you've never met in a situation which you've identified is the highest threat to Charlie. And that was a thumbs up to you, dude. Ask yourself this, guys. That's just good to go. I'm not going to check in with this guy before we actually have the event. I'm not going to have one of my guys make sure that the most dangerous place for Charlie to be shot from, I'm not going to make sure that that's being watched. I'm just going to say, good to go. And let's talk about it. He thinks this is the chief of police's fault. Check this out. The chief of police has a lot more to fucking worry about than a random podcaster doing an event at the local college. So when he says, I got you covered, guess what? He's got 1,000 fucking other things to worry about because he's the goddamn chief of police. You, however, are the head of security for Charlie Kirk. This is your entire job. This is all you're paid to do. It is not on the chief of police to fucking remember later down the line to, have a guy there. No, this is your fucking responsibility as the guy in charge of protecting Charlie Kirk. That's on fucking you, not the chief of police. You're the fucking failure there, guy. You didn't even check back with him to make sure. You just said, thanks. And that was good enough. And here's what's crazy. You identified beforehand that spot was a serious threat to Charlie's life. And you didn't even fucking follow up on it. And you have the audacity to go on Sean Ryan's podcast and blame the chief of police for them not taking care of it. It's your fucking job. Your job, guy. Period. I saw this and I was blown away that he fucking thought this is going to clear my name. Brother, this is more damning than anything else that we're going to talk about. You showed your utter pathetic fucking incompetency. You have no business running a security company. You have no business being in charge of anything. If this is the way you operate, when you do pre-coordinations with people, because keep in mind, this is probably how he does pre-coordinations everywhere he goes. Hey, here's a text. Could you help us with this? Thumbs up. Cool, we're good. They're going to handle it. I don't even have to fucking check back to make sure that the person I'm in charge of keeping alive doesn't get shot in the fucking face from the exact spot we've identified as a threat. Whoopsies. Well, it's his fault. No, it's not. That's your fault. Yeah, we can do a poll on that. You guys want a poll? Whose fault? Whose fault for not securing the stairwell? You got TPUSA, head of security, chief of police. And then we'll run that poll. Oh, we're lagging a little bit. Come on. There we go. All right, poll's up. Did the poll go up? I don't see it. Do we got the poll, guys? I lagged out a little bit. Do we have a poll? We got it? All right. People are saying yes. Okay, I see it. I see it. So, again, this drives me fucking crazy. I want you guys to realize, and those of you who are in the military are with me, like going, you're just as mad as I am. Like, I can't fucking believe this idiot, right? If I ever, as a Green Beret, that was in charge of coordinating something through aircraft or, logistics or whatever I was supposed to coordinate with a unit outside of my direct influence and unit. And if I were to have been in charge of that coordination, like let's say resupply, and we need that resupply on a mission, and we call it in, and the resupply people go, we don't know what you're talking about, and that resupply doesn't come, and my team sergeant looks at me and goes, "What the fuck?" And I go, "Well, I texted him and asked him, and he gave me a thumbs up emoji, so I figured we were good." I would literally be kicked off the fucking team, probably have my fucking career ended for that level of fucking negligence. I promise you. I promise every goddamn person in this chat that served in the military is looking at that going, yeah. Oh, yeah. Roger that, Sarge. Like, that is just never a fucking excuse. Ever. So, again, I'm just almost blown away that he had the audacity to come out and say he needs to stand up and be a man. What are you, dude? That's your job. And here was the thing. Stephen Gardner did a video. He went to the campus, and he literally just walked up that stairwell and walked onto the roof. Nobody's watching it. Nobody's guarding it. So guess what, dude? You could have very easily sent one of your guys up there. Hey, go make sure the one place we've identified as the biggest threat to Charlie Kirk's life from a potential sniper. Could you go up there real quick and make sure that it's secured? Or, I don't know, text, even if you're that fucking lazy, dude, maybe text back the chief of police and say, "Hey, are you going to have someone up there today? Question mark. If not, I'm going to put one of my guys up there." That's how this works. Can you imagine? This guy owns a fucking security company. And this is how he's running it? This is like a non-starter for like a fucking specialist in the military. Like an E3 would know better than this. And this guy's running a fucking security company. Unreal. And we're not done. Because we got more lies and failures. Now let's talk about drones. Everybody said, well, now why wasn't there drones being used? You'd think drones would be a great thing to use for the type of environment they were in, right? Well, let's hear the reasoning for that. Let's take a look.
TV medical there. But I can't make them make that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
hold on. Sorry. This first is his claims that there was no EMTs or paramedics on station to help. We'll do that one first, then we'll get into drones.
And then it says, in that law, it says that they may determine where an ambulance is on standby. And I'm like, okay, well, they did have standby UTV medical there, but I can't make them make that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And first rule of emergency medicine, when EMT goes, because I've done this, if you don't walk into the room when you're doing your skills portion and say, "Hey, is the scene safe?" they fail you and you're done. Right. And so those medics that were around that buggy were nowhere to be found. Why?
Oh, boy. Look at the fucking lies from this guy. He claims those EMTs, those paramedics that were there when the shot went off, they were nowhere to be fucking found. They failed us. Now, that's interesting because our boy, Coach Colin, actually found that no, sir, that's not fucking true. Not only were they there, on scene, they tried to help take care of Charlie, and you did not allow them to. Not only that, but they had all of their paramedic equipment with them. And when you went to put them in their car, they tried to actually get in the car to go with Charlie. You not only did not let them enter the car, you didn't even take their goddamn medical supplies. So he claims these fucking paramedics were cowards and they ran and hid. No, they didn't.
So again, there he is. He's taking it off.
They're trying
He's
to
like,
help.
let's make sure these guys have
Look at
exactly
this.
what they need. And that offer gets ignored.
Look at this.
It gets a stiff no. They put him in the car and they go. Wound open. Charlie bleeding out.
Think about that. This fucking guy has the audacity to blame the campus police for not following up on his text message. He's got the audacity to say the paramedics on the ground ran and hid. When we can fucking see on video, they were right there. They were trying to assist you. They were right there at the car, trying to get in the car to assist Charlie. They have an entire aid bag there with them, high-level care. They tried to pass it off to you. You didn't take it. And you go on Sean fucking Ryan's podcast and say they ran and hid. How fucking dare you, dude? See what I mean by passing off the fucking blame? They're right there. Guys, and again, we can watch the goddamn videos. You can't lie to us. It's all on camera. But you still, and this would have been, again, come on my show. Explain this. I'm not going to be like Sean and go, oh, wow, man. Wow. And again, I love Sean, but wow. No. My question is going to be, hey, there's paramedics right fucking there who tried to cheat Charlie and tried to give you the assistance and tried to give you the aid bags and tried to get in the car with Charlie and you wouldn't let him. Why? Please answer why. Right? But why are you lying? This whole interview was just lies. Blatant lies. All right. I got to keep moving. I'm going to lose it. Okay. Let's keep moving. Okay, we're not at drones yet. We'll get to drones. God damn it. We have more to get through. Shit. So I'm sorry. I'm heated, guys. Could you imagine me at home trying to watch this episode by myself with a notepad? Just fucking losing my mind. Yeah, so you can imagine where I was at with that. All right, we're not done. We got plenty more for this guy to talk about. Okay, so let's keep moving here. Okay, next, we're going to talk about the no exit wound, the autopsy, some different things here. And then we'll keep moving.
Autopsy, though. There should be, if there was no exit wound, then there should be fragmentation of the bullet would have fragmented into who knows how many pieces.
Okay, time out, Sean. You know better. A 30-06 bullet hitting a human neck vertebrae is not going to automatically fragment into a million pieces. If you don't believe me, here's half-inch fucking steel that I shot through in a ballistics test that we'll show right now, actually. Why not? Why not show this? So, and again, this is like, I hate to beat up Sean, but he knows better. Remember this? I don't know if you saw this. Let's see if a bullet's just automatically going to fragment into a million pieces when it hits bone. This is a cow femur, by the way.
This cow femur is than a human neck vertebrae, but it's a lot of times. Couple. This thing is gigantic. All right, so that's what we're hitting next. All right, so here is the real test. This is a cow femur.
Oh, femur, excuse me.
Let's give it a shot. Yeah, that's okay.
Maybe I did miss.
All right. that look like that bullet just fragmented in a million pieces and didn't do anything after it barely touched a bone? And that's a fucking cow femur. Cow femur. Gone. So, Sean, no, that's not what a 30-06 bullet is going to inherently automatically do, okay? But again, sorry, we'll jump back into this.
Doctor, and again, this is not a non-disclosure violation, but the doctor told us, came out there and told us. And then they also told chief of staff. So the bullet came in and hit the vertebra. So it came in and then tore up everything in the wound cavity, hit the vertebra, crushed it, shattered it, turned, crushed the second one.
What? Wait, what? The bullet came in, hit the first vertebrae, crushed it, shattered it, and started moving down towards C2. Really? Really? It came in his neck, it hit C1, and then started moving down towards C2. Now, who did an entire video proving that this was mathematically impossible? Oh, that's right, it was me. We'll take a little look here for those of you who may have forgot. I don't even need to play the video. We can play the video. And again, he's claiming this now hit the C1 and then tracked down through the C2. Let's watch this. Let's watch it back. Let's see if this makes any mathematical sense.
Problem. This isn't that hard to figure out. We know that according to the medical examiner report, this 30
I'm going to refill my drink.
Came in, hit him in the C2, traveled down. All right. You guys are going to notice some huge problems with this right away, but let's go ahead and, just look at this objectively. All right. We got a protractor out. Let's put that right here on the C2. Okay. We do know, again, from where Tyler Robinson was shooting, it was a 9-degree slope with a 9-degree offset, essentially meaning almost directly on at a 9-degree slope, which we can travel out from our protractor from the C2 here at 9 degrees. Perfect. All right. As we pull the protractor off, what's the first huge glaring issue you guys are going to see here? Oh, well, if Charlie Kirk was sitting level, sort of parallel to the ground with his jaw, which he was, let me show you that real quick. All right, so we can see Charlie Kirk is not got his head all the way back like this. He's sitting pretty much flat, looking at the crowd, sort of jaw parallel to the ground as he gets hit. Boom, hit. So you can see that, right? It's actually a little bit of a tilt down even, okay? So let's look at this anatomically. All right, this is essentially exactly how Charlie Kirk is sitting. And they want to tell you the medical examiner report confirms he was first hit in the C2 vertebrae right below the base of the skull. Biggest problem I see with that from the angle Tyler Robinson shoots him from is that would have hit him in the teeth or even above the teeth. There is no possible way that this round came from a 9-degree angle and a 9-degree slope and hit the C2 while not blowing through Charlie Kirk's face.
All right, so again, this isn't my opinion. We can do this. Watch. I'll show you. This is how basic it is. Okay. Let's say I'm sitting in a chair. Shooter is up here. Okay. He shoots me this way. Okay. My C1 and C2 are higher than my jaw. Is there any way that round coming from a upward or a downward angle slope hits me and doesn't hit me in the fucking face instead of the C2? It's not possible. It's not possible. Unless the shot came from somewhere else. It's legitimately not fucking mathematically possible. And it's not complicated. It's 5th grade mathematics. His neck would have had to been like this for that to work. It's just not a thing. But this guy, again, he says that he saw the autopsy report. He's claiming, yeah, that's what happened. It came in. At least initially, Alex Colvett told Stephen Gardner it hit the C2 and then it tracked down. According to him, it hit the C1. Look where the C1 is. C1's at the base of your skull. It's like 2 inches above your jaw. What? From a downward angle? What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I could show that to my 11-year-old daughter who knows nothing, and she'd be like, that doesn't make sense. Because it's not possible. And God, I hope if the trial is live and the prosecution tries to bring that story with the autopsy, like, we're going to have a fucking field day. Field day. It's not, this is, it's just this. Whoa, magic bullet. It like comes down and then shoots back up. Like, and then, well, that's a good, somebody said the only way to hit C1 is from behind. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying the shot came from behind, but it's impossible. You probably couldn't hit anything above maybe the C4. C5 is more realistic, right? But anyway, he repeats just straight up fucking lies that we know that's just not true. It's not possible.
Turn kept going down all the way. I think they said C6.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's like, why not put that info out?
You did put that info out. You did put it out. And then this guy proved how fucking stupid it was. And that's why people stopped talking about it. And that's why TPUSA never said another fucking word about it. Okay? It's just, oh man, this whole thing.
Why not put it out? And then
Why wouldn't they put that out?
And if it do me a favor, don't make me do it. It's not my job. And so,
Yeah, it's not his job. You see that? Like, nothing's this guy's responsibility. Nothing's his fault.
so then it got to here, and you're exactly right. And then hit, I think, 6.
Wait.
And then fragged.
Oh, so here's what he's going to tell you. The bullet didn't even fragment until it hit C1, crushed through 6 vertebrae, finally hit T1, and then fragged. So let me scroll a little bit more forward in the possibilities of that. So basically what he's saying here is that, let's look at this. The bullet comes in from an upward angle, 9-degree slope, we believe, from the location, somehow hits the C1, not hitting his face. I don't know. It comes down, up and around. It hits here, and then takes a 90-degree angle straight down, crashes through all of these vertebrae. Keep in mind, Sean Ryan said the second that it hits a bone, it frags, but it stays together through all these vertebrae, finally hits the T1, and then frags. Because that makes sense. That's what ballistics do. Ballistics hit bone, hit something hard, and they change 90 degrees angle, and they keep their velocity and this keep going. Like, yeah, that's what bullets do for sure. Yeah, that's what you see from a 30-06 bullet for sure. Okay, but now I want to talk about the drones. Okay, the drones, because this is big. A lot of people had a lot of criticism about this. So like, why didn't you have fucking drones? Well, he did have drones actually, and he tells us that about that here. So we'll take a look at that. Oh, we're lagging a little bit. I'm about to have to replace this computer, guys. I think that's what's going on. All right. Oh, there we go. What is this? There we go.
I spent thousands of dollars on drones last year and got the guy's license. But if the area lies in the Provo, Utah airspace, I can't fly it. That's a 107B. We can't break the rules.
You can't fly drones, huh? Okay, stand by.
Right. And then you had secondary restrictions, probably due to heavy foot traffic for the school. But I can't go in and break the rules. There's laws for a reason. And so now the school could have flown drones.
Wait, what? Wait, what? It's against the law to fly drones in Provo airspace, but the school's allowed to fly drones over campus security, and you just didn't want to ask the school permission? That seems like it might have been a good idea. Maybe just ask if the college can fly drones. Seems like maybe that's an easy ask. I don't know. Let's see.
The PD, but they didn't have them, right?
So they didn't have them. They're allowed to fly them. You have them. Okay. It's getting a little suspicious, but we'll keep moving.
But Orem PD has a drone unit active and professional, and that police department, I will tell you right now, is awesome. They get it. They were there. They helped both on the soft side and the hard side. And so I started asking questions like, you guys have a drone unit? Yeah. Good. Do you have an MOU or a mutual aid agreement with the school? And they're like, yeah. I said, did they call you and ask for a...
Why the fuck is it the college campus's responsibility to coordinate a drone for the Charlie Kirk rally? You're the security team. This is your fucking job. You coordinate it. The college has 1,000 other things they're worried about. The police department has 1,000 other fucking things to worry about. This is your job. So he's even said, the campus is allowed to fly drones. The police department's allowed to fly drones. We have drones, but I just didn't ask. Because, well, they didn't coordinate it. It's not their fucking job. It's not the college's job to coordinate drone use for your fucking rally, dude. We're not done. All right.
Distance? No. I'm like, why wouldn't you call?
Why wouldn't you call? What the fuck are you talking about? This is literally your job, guy. Like, this is the finger pointing at everybody else. And it's not just finger point. It's one thing if you're going to point fingers when it actually is someone else's fault. All of this is his responsibility. And he's pointing the fingers at people whose it's not their responsibility. That's like the double tap of failed leadership.
And then so
why wouldn't you ask?
There you go.
Like,
Coach Collins on
like
it.
he
too,
asked
right?
after the fact.
Well, let's let Colin.
Why
go.
wouldn't you like you're talking about how much they go? He's talking about how much they go into things, like they assess the risks, they walk it, they check everything out. You didn't think to make that call, like, hey, they said, do you guys have drones? Like, is there any way we can make this happen? I have a guy I'm really trying to protect him. He gets a lot of death threats. I'm just trying to connect whoever I can to make this happen. I got a lot of drones. If you say I can do it myself. If they have to do it, could you please hand off your drones to them? This is very simple in my mind.
It's common into Colin's not a fucking Green Beret, right? He's not a special forces operator. And he says the exact same thing of like what we're all thinking, right? This is common sense. This isn't like high level, like private securities type stuff. Common sense type stuff, right? Your average person understands.
Especially, again, I'll mention it again, you have somebody who's receiving so many threats. So many.
And we'll talk about
know
that.
Way too
Colin, we
close.
already did that one. Sorry, buddy.
There, Lincoln.
I can't make my guys break the law. I can't go in and do something that would jeopardize their...
Do you have any idea why they would say no? I mean, was this malicious?
They didn't say no. He didn't ask. It's a stark difference.
Was this being malicious towards
I don't know
Charlie?
if no's the right one. I would say, did you ask? Did you ask this awesome PD?
It's not the college's fucking job to ask the PD for drones for your rally. What are you talking about, dude? This guy owns the business. He's in charge. Could you imagine? This guy was in charge of Charlie Kirk's life. Well, shocker, he got fucking killed.
That would probably help you in a heartbeat. Did you have an MOU with? Did you even ask them? And the answer was from them, we didn't get asked.
Yeah, they didn't get asked by anybody, including fucking you, dude. Now, here's the thing. He blames everybody and he says, oh, it's just the drone thing. Well, guess what, dude? Guess what? Fucking, there was plenty of drones flying around that rally. They're right here. literally drone footage of the fucking rally with everybody there. So does it look like it was that hard? Was it really that hard to coordinate using your drone? Because fucking a bunch of other people had drones. This is pretty damning. That's pretty bad when you realize there's a bunch of fucking people using drones here. So what's your excuse exactly for why you couldn't figure it out? You who run a private security company couldn't figure out how to coordinate drone use, but random fucking people could? That's not great. I'm not crashing out. If you guys, you think this is crashing out? This ain't crashing out. This is exposing bullshit from someone who knows how this is supposed to be done. That, yeah, is frustrated. You should all be frustrated. You should all be watching this and just be fucking disgusted with what you're watching. That's not crashing out. This is the reality of the situation. If I was crashing out, I'd be screaming and saying obnoxious things. What I'm showing you is objective truth and objective reality. I don't think there's a single thing I've said, a single thing I've said tonight that could be refuted. Objectively. Have I said anything that's like this wild conspiracy theory? I'm pretty sure I've gone step by step and just shown you exactly the truth. Shown you the lies, shown you the bullshit. Step by step. I'm not being ridiculous. I'm not being over the top. I'm not being bombastic at all. So, we got to keep moving. I can't believe we're not even done with this yet. We haven't even got to the second part of the show. We have to keep moving, though. All right. There's still more of this. All right. Let's keep going.
Rumors going around about there was no autopsy.
There was, and I can speak to that. I was like, we're not going to turn this into some JFK. I specifically.
That's literally what it's been turned into.
Asked one of the doctors, I said, how long until we can get an autopsy? And I remember her saying a day and a half. I was like, man, that's a long time. We need to get this autopsy done so that there's not some conspiracy.
Where's the autopsy? So he's complaining that he wanted to make sure the autopsy got done faster than in a day. Where is it? We haven't fucking seen it. Hopefully they have it in the trial. And I believe it exists. I hope it exists. But here's the thing. He says they told him, keep in mind here, I don't know why they would tell him, the head of security, and not the family. But let's just say they actually did say this to him, that, yeah, we got to wait a day and a half to get an autopsy. Wasn't supposedly, we were told, though, the autopsy was done that night because Charlie's body was flown out with J.D. Vance and Erica and Usha the next morning. So when did this autopsy happen? Because according to this guy, it would have taken longer than when his body was moved to even start the autopsy. So that's a little bizarre. That timeline doesn't really make that much sense. What do you mean it was going to take a day and a half? His body was moved like 12 hours later, right? So again, does that make sense? Doesn't seem like it makes very much sense. And then here we got two more interesting ones we'll talk about before we finish with this. Wow, we're already. I wanted this to be an hour. We're an hour 20 minutes. So sorry that we've gone past that. We still have a lot to get through in this episode. But he got asked about the greatest album, and yeah, okay. Let's just see what he had to say. Might have to close some of these windows. My computer is just struggling right now. Uh-oh. Stand by. All right, hold on. I'm gonna close a bunch of these. This is the cue for it's time for an upgrade, boys. When this type of stuff starts happening. All right, we're good. We're back. All right, here we go.
I have to ask it.
Of course.
Do any of your guys have any ties to any foreign intelligence agencies, more specifically Mossad?
No. I've seen that and heard that. And, I've been in 39 countries in this world, and I've never been to Israel.
There we go. Guys, there it is. All right. That's all. That's all cleared up. That's it. That's all we needed. We got it, guys. It's cleared up. There's no connection. There's no possible connection. Just nope. That was the hard-hitting journalism right there. Just again, I'm not trying to beat up on Sean, but that was the hard-hitting journalism. Nope. Okay. Moving on. But here's the thing. There is plenty of questions to be asked about that, right? We know about stuff like this.
And I said, probably not going to talk about that. I'm not going to torture you. I know your donors hate this when I say that. And also Epstein was in the news, and it was clear to me that, Epstein's probably not like a Mossad agent or something, but Epstein clearly had contact with Israeli intelligence and American intelligence and French intelligence, but the only one you're not allowed to talk about is Israeli intelligence. But it seemed true to me, and I had done some work on that. I knew a bunch of people pretty close to that story, so I thought that. And I said that to Charlie, and I said, but I'm not going to say that because I don't want to make your donors mad. I know it's just going to be like an endless flurry of text telling you to stop or you're going to lose a bunch of funding. And he looked at me, I'll never forget it, and said, go all the way. Do it. Go all the way. I said, man, a lot of things I can talk about. I don't need to talk about that. And he said, do it. So I did it.
Wow. So there's that. But there was also this. You guys remember this? You remember this text? The one TPUSA said Candace was lying about? We're going to get into all TPUSA's lies here in a minute once we get out of this one. But just some things to talk about, right? What Charlie said, lost another huge J donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. J donors play into all the stereotypes. I will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the greatest ally cause. That was 48 hours before he was shot in the fucking face. So are you sure that this is such an easy thing to just throw away? I'm not saying that this is what happened. I'm just saying there's a little bit more credibility potentially to that might need to be investigated. Not going, hey, do you have any ties to our greatest ally? Nope. Oh, okay, great. Let's keep moving with the interview. That's it. That's all we got. Okay. But final two. Okay, final two. And then we're going to move on, I promise. No poll. Well, let me look at the poll. Well, what did we do? We asked whose fault, who's responsible. 96% of you said head of security. That's pretty ridiculous. Yeah, and I agree with you. It should be 100%. So that means we got some Talmud Tatums we got some Talmud bots in here, some Tatum bots. We got Tatum bots in the chat. God damn it. Jasmine. We even got extra mods. Joe, Jasmine, how you letting these Tatum bots thrive in the chat? All right. All right. We got to get a little bit of humor going, right? This is, again, guys, you can tell this one's been a little bit grating for me. Okay. But don't worry. He's got some words for us, guys.
You've seen some of the idiocy out there.
Oh, you hear that? Let me replay that. Let me replay that because he's talking to me and Candace and Ian and Colin. One more time.
You've seen some of the idiocy out there. Palm gun, exploding microphone, hand signals. It's like it doesn't even have to be true, and it doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. And so you're just using that First Amendment as a sword.
Whoa. Did you hear what he said there? You hear what he said there? You're using the First Amendment as a sword. Oh. You don't like that we have freedom of speech to criticize you for your failures. Oh, there it was. Who, guys, who do we know? Who do we know is the ones always behind censorship, deplatforming, and cancellations? Who is always the ones preaching for that? It's not the left. It's not America First. It's always one group of people who are calling for this. The First Amendment's dangerous because it might show you the truth. So he does his whole 2.5 hour point the finger. Everybody else is at fault. And his final thing is calling us all idiots and that the First Amendment is being used as a weapon. Roger that, buddy. Roger that. And here's another thing I want you guys to look at. Because Candace has brought receipts on a lot of good stuff. She's not always right, but this is very interesting, and this actually plays into the security detail. Let's listen.
The day before Charlie died, in which he wrote out to you, and not just to people that work at Turning Point USA, but also security guards, that he thought that they were going to kill him tomorrow, explicitly. I find it highly unusual that you wouldn't share that information at all, or that you would sit by and be quiet, or at some points attack people.
So let's think about that. Charlie sent out text messages to TPUSA, his own security, that he thought he was going to be assassinated the next day at that rally. Now imagine the same person that's in charge of this security company is told by Charlie, I think they're going to kill me tomorrow. Do you know what the response probably should have been? Well, up front probably should have been, hey, let's cancel the event. It's not worth it. That's like the easy one, right? There's no money on the line. Okay, that's the easy choice. Or if you're going to say, hey, we have to go through with this, maybe then you take extra heightened levels of precautions. What would extra heightened level of security and precautions look like? I don't know. Maybe making fucking sure that somebody's actually guarding the roof access to the one area that the sniper could take the shot from. That's a heightened security response. But to me, it looks like you didn't take any fucking heightened security response at all. So that's a little concerning. But final one I wanted to look at, because what this is called is this is emotional blackmail. There was a lot of emotional blackmail, and there's been a lot of emotional blackmail by the Turning Point USA in general. And this is going to take us into the next part of the episode. Okay. And what this is trying to emotionally blackmail you into not being critical of the things he said in this interview. Let's watch.
And I've seen people say that Erica was involved in it, his wife. I've done a lot of death notifications where I had to tell kids that their parents were dead, or their parents that their kids were dead. And I know what pain looks and sounds like. I wake up screaming sometimes, thinking of kids' faces. The words that came out of her mouth and how they came out.
You hear the Sean Ryan put the sad piano music over the top of this. It's by design, by the way. Pay attention.
When she walked in that room and saw him, you don't want to hear that. She's a victim. That's her husband. And now people without any proof are saying that she was a part of killing him.
Okay, first of all, we're not going to be emotionally blackmailed by you. Second of all, nobody fucking said, nobody. Not Candace. Ben Shapiro tried to say Candace Owens had said this. Nobody fucking said that. Nobody. Candace didn't say that. Ian didn't say that. I didn't say that. Coach Colin didn't say that. Nobody fucking has been saying that Erica is responsible for the assassination. Nobody. That is emotional fucking blackmail with a sad piano sound. I mean, and again, keep in mind, Sean worked for the CIA. A sad piano sound over the top of it. I can identify a psyop immediately. So when I see that, I go, I know what that is. That's emotional blackmail to make it so guys like me, aren't allowed to criticize you for your interview with Sean. But that doesn't work on someone like me because I know what you're fucking doing. Okay? Nobody said that about Erica. No one. Other than maybe like random trolls and Instagram posts. No big content creator came out and said that. Yeah, some of you in the chat might have said that. But nobody was doing that. Candace didn't do that. Even Megyn Kelly had to come out and apologize and say, when Ben Shapiro said Candace did that, Megyn Kelly came out afterwards and said, I'm going to apologize. Candace never said that. She's never accused her of that. And so again, that whole interview was an attempt at exonerating this guy. It failed. And you can look at it, and it's not just me. You can look at the comment section of those clips, and they're getting drug. Nobody's buying it. Yeah, sad piano makes it true. It's a Mad World's point here. Okay. All right. We finally made it through the Sean Ryan portion. We still got a lot of episode to get through with a lot of TPUSA lies. Oh, we got a lot of super chats. Probably not going to get through all of them. We're going to do some of them, and then we're going to jump into the rest of the episode, okay? Rest of the episode is, again, we're going to be addressing this whole thing, old bald nerd, old racist bald nerd here that's attacking Candace. And a lot of just all the TPUSA lies, because TPUSA is sort of, they've tried to make themselves the victim in all this. And the reality is like, this is all their fault. The burn-in of TPUSA. And again, this is coming from a guy who defended these fucking people for weeks. Weeks I defended them. All right, let's hit some super chats and we're going to jump back into the episode. We're not going to do all of them. Okay, but we're going to do some. All right. Oh, second bat, third Marine. What, second bat, third MAR division? Not sure where that's from. Thank you for the dono, though, brother. I was going to say Ranger bat, probably, but all right. Incompetent Chief, Drink Egg Seth, great content. Thank you. All right. When can you cover the Trump and Nigeria saga? I'm curious about your take on this. What do you mean by Trump and Nigeria saga? Trump said he's going to go save the Christians in Nigeria, and then he never talked about it again. Like I said, he wasn't going to. So as far as I know, that's what we got. First live I've caught in a few weeks. Been busy with the holiday stuff and needed a hat. Congratulations on the 400,000. Thank you, Ice Empress. I appreciate it. Big Chap says Cash finally addressed Candace on Megyn Kelly. He had an extra medium. I saw that. I've got the clip. It's going in my next Cash Patel video. It's coming soon because, yes, Cash Patel has been making more of a fool of himself lately. So, Nate, please expose everything. We're trying. All right, you mentioned doing comedy content, and I've been doing a lot of politics lately, and NBA and a Green Beret shirt doesn't support that. I have an entire other YouTube channel, brother. Go look at American Thor if you want to see my comedy content. I have 2 YouTube channels. All right. Chantel says, congrats on 400K. I found your channel a few days ago after the Charlie Kirk shooting. I've been riveted since. I find your take on issues to be balanced, fair, and funny. Keep it honest and good work. Thank you very much, Chantel. I appreciate it. All right, the clowns at TPUSA turned it in Toilet Paper USA. The BS they're shooting, it took them 2 months to destroy its company. And we're going to take a look at that. They literally have, by the way. They've actually objectively destroyed TPUSA and Charlie Kirk's social media channels, everything. We're going to look at that in the second part of the episode tonight. Nate, you need to be on X more. I don't even have an X account, brother. Everybody keeps trying to bully me into getting on X. The thing with X, guys, is like X just seems like a bitching at each other cesspool, and I'm not really trying to get into that. I know there's like a lot of good stuff on X, but like everybody's always trying to bully me to like join X, and I just don't want to do it. It just seems like so. Even like I talked to Ian about it. I don't know if he's still in the chat. I know he's starting up soon, but he was like, man, that sounds like so emotionally freeing not being on X. I'm like, yeah, man, I'm not on X. I'm not on TikTok. So maybe eventually I'll get on there, but I'm not doing it for now. Bro, you promised comedy after the previous fallout from your criticism related clips. However, you've been super political lately. So you're super hilarious. Bring that back. I do bro. You guys act like I don't do comedy on the political videos. Like, dude, like half of my political videos have a bunch of just fucking funny ass shit in them. Look at this. I'll pull one up right here. What did I just do?
Channel. So what happened?
Look at this.
Yes, we all know Dan has a really big problem with booze, right? Sending out dumb drunk tweets and deleting them after. But he has managed to be luckily we were able to actually dig up footage of Dan leaving the hotel in Mexico.
Julian. I don't know where I felt like I get a little drink around here, do you, bud?
That entire video is comedy making fun of Dan Crenshaw. Come on now. I do comedy like in half the videos, guys. You're trying to pretend like I don't do comedy. I mean, pretty sure even like the Miss Rachel video I just did. Hold on, let's pull this back up. This was yesterday's
Welcome back
video.
to the channel, everybody, and I have a story for you today so obnoxious, so ridiculous that you're going to say, Nate, there's no way this is real. This has got to be some Onion article, some Babylon Bee satirical news story, and that is that beloved children's show host Miss Rachel has been nominated for AS of the Year.
That's high praise.
That's literally what all that shit is, guys. that's comedy. That's comedy jokes. All right. So come on. I put comedy in like almost every video I do, unless it's super serious. You guys aren't giving me enough credit. All right. We'll keep it moving. All right. Keep up the good work. Thank you, my lady, mama. Dipped out earlier in the last clown show episode as well. Trooper. Nate, love your channel. Thank you, Short Coin. Oh, JD, congratulations to my bro on 400K out here killing the game. Thank you, JD. That's our boy JD Delay. We love JD on the chat. Also, if you want to get the fantastic Make Pedophiles Great Again, or make pedophiles great again, that would be more of a Republican thing. Make Pedophiles Afraid Again. Head on over to JD's channel. And he'll you can buy him there. Somebody's gonna clip that. Somebody's gonna just clip me saying make pedophiles great again, and I'm gonna be fucked. People are like, that's like the Ted Cruz Freudian slip. Did you guys see that the other day when he like screamed that we have to protect pedophiles? Oh shit, they got me. I'm out of here, boys. I'm gonna have to hold on. Let me pull this. Let me figure this out. All right, that's actually pretty funny. All right, feels like they're watching a paycheck go by. Much love from New Orleans. Hell yeah. Keith says, bro, I'm not even trained, and that was so off even for me when I saw it. I told my wife that exact thing. They only knew one round was coming in. Yeah, dude. I mean, it's ridiculous. Love your channel. Look forward to it. God bless you and your fam. Thank you. The lack of accountability from his security was insane. I'm glad you're calling it out. Sean, I expected him to do mainly questions, but I know I saw he just didn't push back at all, man. I don't know why. Like, there's probably some more to it beyond like the devout Christian side of it, but that interview needed to have more journalistic integrity, I think. This is the same security team that expects Candace to walk into their viper's nest. So, dude, literally, I want to reach out to Candace and maybe I'll talk to Ian. I want Candace to, and I'm willing to do it. I will literally bring a security team with me to take Candace to the Turning Point USA live stream in person. I will fucking make sure with a security team that I put together that Candace is safe. And I promise she would be safe. And I'll do it for free. I'll bring the entire security team. It'll be all Green Berets that I've worked with. And I can promise you they try to do anything funny. maybe they get one of us, but we'll fucking kill everybody there. So, not that we would do that, right? I'm not advocating for violence. I'm just saying, I would 100% bring an entire security team with Candace and go support her to do it. So maybe I'll text that to Ian and see if she wants to take me up on the offer on my own dime. We would definitely do that for Candace. So maybe we should reach out to her. You guys let her know. Tell her. 100% we would do that. And she would be far safer than any fucking security team that she would put together on her own. I promise you that. 100% willing to do that. So if it works out, then that'd be great. Because I think that in person would be also what, and we're going to talk about it in the second part of the episode. I'm getting ahead of myself. All right. My bad. Will you please also go through Harpole interview with Tactical? Oh, I haven't seen it yet. He went into more detail, and I don't know if that makes more sense or if it was good and lies. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is like Gary, and I like Gary. Gary's a good dude, but he is obviously completely on the side of the narrative is true. TPUSA did nothing wrong. The security did everything awesome, and so that's I know it's a softball interview, right? Come on my show, dude. Like, man up. Walk into the lion's den. I'll be professional. I'll be respectful, but I'm going to hold your feet to the fire and make you explain things objectively. But he'll never do it, right? We know that. These people are cowards, right? The type of person that goes on Sean Ryan and blames everybody else for 2.5 hours is a coward, and he would never actually do that. But again, we'd be professional about it, but it's not going to happen. Bobby says, call him out. Appreciate you, Bobby. Stacy with the big $50 dono. Thank you, Stacy. She says, I wish people, not our people, would stop saying he had the best security team money could buy. Yeah, that's a fucking joke. If they were bought, it wasn't by Charlie. Look, and I said this in my my take on this has not changed at all. I put out in a 30+ minute video breaking down all of the failures of TPUSA security team. Some people got mad at me because I said I do not believe that they were in on it. I don't believe they had anything to do with the assassination. The reason I believe that is they were so unprofessional, so incompetent, so bad at their job that there's no way that group of people carried out an assassination and then basically got away with it. Okay. Not possible. And we've seen from everything I showed you, too incompetent for that to happen. So I don't believe TPUSA was involved. The security team, I don't believe they were involved at all because they're so bad at their job. So it's kind of like a weird backhanded compliment insult. But that's why I don't believe they're involved, because they're just so bad at their job. All right. Celtic says leaders lead the way. Thank you for your ongoing humble service. Truly. That's 100% right. You're 100%. Leaders lead the way and they take accountability. All right, Kim Tam says, why does the FBI act like they should be praised for doing their job and arresting the DC bomber? Should have arrested them 5 years ago. I'm sick of them. Love Nana. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Kash Patel's, they need a weird win somewhere because the FBI can't seem to get a win anywhere. So I know Ian just roasted Dan Bongino for his weird pro-Israel comments the other day. Just a lot of weird stuff. Grand Bear's been around since like the very beginning, man. Congrats on 400K. Thank you, brother. You've been around since we've been at like 10,000, I think. Appreciate it. His pullout game was too strong. Yeah. Kim says, why doesn't anyone mention that? Could be a 30-06 round. Love Nana. Not sure. Bobby says their hands were moving evidence instead of where they needed to be. It kind of looks like that. We don't know what they were doing, but nobody had fucking blood on their hands. We know that. No blood, no funeral. I know. A lack of appropriate behavior from many. Chaos and division. Good point. Teach us with facts. All right, we're going to do about 10 more of these, and we're going to jump back into the episode. We're going to keep moving, and we'll come back to them because I don't want to I appreciate all the super chats. We'll get to them all, I promise. I always do, but I don't want to get too bogged down in the middle of the episode, okay, because we got a lot to talk about. Candace goes to TPUSA. You should be there by her side. Of course, yeah, you literally called it. 100% would. And not only would I be there, I promise I would literally bring an entire security team of not just, and I'm not just talking about a security team of like, hey, random guys. I'm talking about a security team of Green Berets who've done personal security for the president and the vice president in foreign countries. So way higher level than she's going to possibly put together if she wants, right? We'll put the effort, we'll put the offer out there. And if she's interested, she'll let us know. All right. Techie Head says Harpole was shilling so hard in both interviews that you have to ask yourself which line he was there to repeat. Not our fault. Or trust me, Charlie is dead. And now we have to feel the need. Repeat that message. I haven't watched the second one. I could barely stomach half of the first one. Nate is our special forces groiper. Appreciate it. As a former corpsman, this dude is bullshitting. I know every single person who served in the military from any MOS listens to this dude and just doesn't buy it, man. There's no way. Kathy, thank you. All right. Hakosuka Sky says, Nate, the realest motherfucker on YouTube. What is your choice of swig? Gas station booze. I'm drinking wine tonight. I'm cutting off the gas station booze and the whiskey for a little bit. I'm not really drinking a whole lot. Only time I've drinking at all is during the live streams, just because it's more fun. You know what I mean? Mark says, Nate is usual brother, 100% truth. You've opened my eyes super wide. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Sage says, I want to know why the largest podcast in the world is illuminating tons of lies. The whole MAGA base is fighting. Not a word from Donald Trump. Why is Trump not saying anything about the death of his friend suspicious? I'll tell you this. Let me tell you this, guys. And we're going to get into the people who are attacking Candace and the people who have said fucking nothing about this entire Charlie Kirk thing from the beginning. And I will tell you this. 100% of the people who've attacked Candace or me or Ian, 100% of the people who have said the FBI narrative is correct after one day of investigation, we don't have to look any further, every single one of them is a Christian Zionist. Every single one. There is not a single prominent noticer that has not been on the side of we need more information. Not one. Every single one of them is a Christian Zionist. And that's got to make you wonder from Tim Pool to Matt Tardio to Talmud Tatum to like go down the line. 100% of them are Christian Zionists. Bizarre. Like even Charlie Kirk's friends, TPUSA, everyone there. Ben Shapiro, Daily Wire. Every single one is a Christian Zionist. Seems weird. All right. Someone would gift Harpool a copy of Jocko Willink's book, Extreme Ownership. Yeah, he should probably read that. Good. You know what I'm saying? Please forget my ignorance. Real question, because I respect your perspective. Why doesn't Candace get banned on YouTube for speaking against Israel? I don't know. I haven't yet either. I think because it's left containment. And what I mean by that is everybody sees it now. And it's really, really hard. Look, let's say Candace has the biggest podcast in the world. She's doing like 150,000. Guys, we have, how many do we have? We have 11,000 in here right now, which is, those are massive numbers on YouTube. 11,000 is absolutely crazy. Thank you so much. Candace is doing 15 times that on every show. So to ban her, everyone in the world would see it. They'd all see it and we'd all know. And so it's this delicate balance of like, how do we sort of try to like reform the narrative, censor this without people realizing that we're just like banned for freedom of speech. So that's where it's hard to do, but not that it's not coming eventually. It could be. And that's why I need to diversify into Rumble and some different things, because my channel has risk of, I'm nowhere near like Ian or Candace or, you know, Jake Shields or like Myron or any of these guys. They're way, way further than me along this stuff. But it's a risk. It's definitely a risk for all of us, for sure. All right. And we're going to do a couple more, then we're going to move into the rest, the next part of the episode. Okay. Text messages were referring to the building and walk away directly above the tent. Didn't even address the shooter position. Also, the police did close off the section he asked above them. Okay. Wait a second. Shouldn't we look at the police chief now? Again, man, like the police chief has 1,000 things he's worried about, like Charlie Kirk's rally and making sure someone is on a building somewhere is not in the top 500 things he's worried about. It's just not. Okay. What bothered me about the text is that it says a student had to mention the roof, and it wasn't even something they noticed when doing security detail. There you go. Also, he didn't look for a private ambulance. Correct. If you're tasked to protect someone, why the hell would you ask permission to cover roof access? How dumb you could be. You just do it. Jeff, to your point, you just fucking do it. You just do it. Correct. CK security team should have forever have the title of turd. Anyone who doesn't know that is the most insulting title in the SF community. Agreed. Scary, nothing makes sense, and everything they say is a blatant lie. Yep. But Nate, they had super cool brotherhood tattoos. All right, 2 more, then we're hitting back into the episode, okay? Nate, congrats on 400K. I found you with CK a few months ago and have stayed for the duration. You are now my favorite podcaster. I appreciate the hard work, and you bring the truth and logic to us. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate it. That's very, very kind words of you. All right, they've stolen 1.5 this. Yeah, we're going to get in Burberry. We're going to get into all the financials of TPUSA as well in this episode. You are correct. All right, in accordance with the UVU policy, the person or group organizing the event must meet with campus police 2 weeks prior to the event and indicate if the city or county police are needed and coordinate paramedics. He lies and lies. Well, look at that. Well, look at that. I would not be shocked for that to be true. Okay. Let's jump back into it. We're going to jump into the episode. Now, we're going to get into TPUSA, and we're going to kind of like move around a little bit in this. Stay with me as we jump around here, right? But TPUSA attacking Candace Owens. This has just happened recently, and we're going to walk our way through it. There's a lot of corruption, and then we're going to deep dive each of these people from TPUSA that are fucking liars as we go, okay? First, let's listen to Frank Turek and see what he's got to say.
Owens is spinning a lot of suggestions that there's all sorts of conspiracies out there about who killed Charlie. It's fine to ask questions. It's fine to suggest that maybe this happened, maybe that happened, but it's not fine to insinuate that people are guilty of murder or they're in some sort of murder conspiracy unless you have really strong evidence. My friend Mikey McCoy, whom I talked to today, is getting death threats.
Mikey McCoy. We're going to talk about old Mikey McCoy here in a bit. Here's the deal. The problem is, again, when I said this at the beginning of the episode, Turning Point USA has done all of this to themselves because Turning Point USA keeps getting fucking caught lying blatantly about bizarre things that make no sense, including Mikey McCoy, the fantastic Mikey McCoy, the amazing Mikey McCoy, the whatever adjective that needs to go before Mikey McCoy's name every time they talk about him, which is the most bizarre fucking thing I've ever seen in my life, which we're going to get into in just a second here. All right, but this, and we're going to come back to this. We're not going to watch it yet, but you're going to have to remind me of this fucking bald nerd's fucking name, guys. I know I said it immediately. I can't ever remember this guy's name. He's so irrelevant. He can't do anything besides read off a piece of paper that I can't remember his name. What's his name? Little bald racist guy here that hates black people. Blake Neff. That's right. So he was the one they chose to call out Candace Owens, which we're gonna come back to. Okay, I'm just kind of setting the episode up, and we're gonna come back to. Oh my god, if you didn't see Jesse on Fire's episode of old Blake Neff today, holy shit! We're gonna talk about what a piece of shit this little racist fucker is. All right, but what I want to show you here first is. Candace has been, you can believe whatever you want about Candace. Okay. She's bombastic sometimes. She hasn't been right about a lot of things, but she has been right about TPUSA about a lot of fucking things. She's caught them in a lot of objective lies. Let's go down the list and then we'll actually verify and back up some of these as we go.
They're allowed to lie. No, that's ridiculous. We will not be following that. Here's our list, and this is by no means definitive. Okay. So getting this together briefly, it told us these lies. The amazing, heroic, magnificent Mikey McCoy had blood all over him.
So, again, the amazing Mikey McCoy, blood all over him. We'll come back to that. Verifiable lie. Right? All right. Oh, here we go.
That's a lie, told by Pastor Rob McCoy. Charlie was a committed evangelical who only liked Catholic architecture.
I don't know about that one, but Candace might.
That's a lie, told and reinforced by Alex Clark and Andrew Colvett. Lie number 3 is that Charlie's neck stopped a 30-06 bullet because Charlie ate salad. He had strong bones. It was a modern day Christian miracle. That's a lie. The offender is Andrew Colvett.
Yep.
Another lie. Charlie never blinked in his support for Israel. Offender Josh Hammer, Bibi Netanyahu, insert Zionist here.
And we showed you exactly that, right? We showed you the text messages. There they are. Not true. Even TPUSA had to come out after Candace exposed this and admit that Candace was correct. They fucking lied about that as well. All right, back we go.
Zionist, Christian Zionist influencers as well. That turned out to be a big lie, an unnecessary lie. Lie number 5, the magnificent Mikey McCoy called his dad first. That's a lie. Rob McCoy told that lie. Number 6 is Terrell, the AV guy, was told to remove the cameras by police. That's not true. I have every second of his moves. That offender would be Tyler Boyer. Okay.
Yep.
He lied. Number 7, Terrell moved the SD cards because people were stealing hats. Question mark, Andrew Colvett. What if you were scared about people stealing? Maybe remove the cameras? Very expensive cameras would be the thing that they would steal. What are they going to do with your SD card? They're going to resell that? Like, that doesn't make sense. Those are pretty cheap, right? Lie number 8, Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk never had any bad blood between them. The offender there was Alex Clark.
Which we found out that an episode we did, Ben Shapiro tried to destroy Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens' careers years ago. Lie.
Ben Shapiro was on her show, and I don't know why she tried that little bit of propaganda when she knew that wasn't factually true. 9, Charlie established Doge, and that wasn't unusual. Turning Point financially audits the company every year since its inception. Lie. Doge was entirely different from the apparatus of financially auditing yourself, which is recommended and actually in some states required for a company that size. That's 501c3. And 10, like I said, this is by no means a definitive list. Mikey McCoy was a hero that day. Now, you could say that's subjective.
That's not subjective. Mikey McCoy did nothing to be a hero, and we're going to show clips of that from Ian here in a second. But that's my point. That's a list of 10 plus verifiable fucking lies. And that didn't even include what do we have? The Man of Steel neck, all of the fucking lies the head of security just told. I mean, there's 20, 30 more that we could do. And this is my point, is that TPUSA keeps getting caught fucking lying about stuff that makes no sense to lie about. Regardless of Candace Owens and your feelings about her, they're objectively they keep fucking lying. And other bizarre stuff. TPUSA, here's another one. You remember this guy?
They just shot Charlie. They just shot Charlie. They just shot Charlie. He's dead.
You know what?
Remember him? The fucking weirdo who the second Charlie was shot ran around the corner, pulled his phone out, started filming himself, talking about how Charlie died. Part of TPUSA. All right, Pastor Rob McCoy, who Ian did a whole episode on. The amazing Mikey McCoy, right? We've talked about this.
Justin's the CFO, chief financial officer, and Mikey's the chief of staff.
Those are his kids.
And I'm watching the minute Charlie was shot, he called me, says, "Dad, Charlie's been shot in the neck."
We're going to come back to that statement in just a second.
He has wits about him. He was just directing.
Yeah. Mikey McCoy was directing traffic that day.
He had blood all over him. And
oh my God.
Wait. I didn't even notice that before. He just said that Mikey had blood all over him. Let's remember that in just a moment.
I want to address something. The stupidity of the internet.
This is the fun part.
Signals. Really? And the other guy, Dan, the security guard, he's somehow tied in with this conspiracy. Get over yourself.
Anyway.
Wow, just mad. You're mad at everybody. Mikey McCoy, my son. Just what a hero he was that day. Completely covered in blood. Oh my God, the amazing Mikey McCoy. However, we remember Mikey McCoy. Again, right here. There goes Mikey McCoy.
Black backpack, white shirt,
Casually
white
walking
hat,
off on his phone after Charlie gets shot in the fucking face.
like chief of staff, right? Wait. Our
As
audio up?
Charlie is evacuated.
There he
behind him.
goes.
But what's he talking about? He doesn't actually know anything yet. He walked away without seeing what happened to Charlie.
So, to my point, more lies from TPUSA. Why are you fucking lying about that? That's such a bizarre thing to lie about. You're lying like he's directing traffic, blood all over him. Nah, dude. Dude picked up his phone 0.8 seconds after Charlie was shot and walked off casually into the distance. So again, my point is, this is TPUSA. You guys, like, you're lying about this. These are lies. This is bizarre. Why are you lying about this? And there's just a bunch more about sketchiness with TPUSA. Right? We've seen a few different former employees come out and say this. There's actually been 2 different whistleblowers now.
When Erica Kirk came in as leader, I don't even know how to explain it. The vibe just shifted, like instantly. And then she starts bringing in all these new people, total unknowns. No social media, no LinkedIn, no nothing. It's like they just appeared. Everyone in the office is joking, well, half joking, that they're all spooks. And honestly, it fits. So people start digging around just to see who we're really working with. And it gets creepy fast. Her mom works for some Israeli defense firm.
True.
Something to do with missile systems. Like the Iron Dome level stuff. Her dad literally wrote the book about how to integrate private companies.
Her dad also founded Raytheon Israel, by the way.
Into the intelligence community. And Erica, she loves to brag about her connections. She'll say stuff in meetings like, if I want to know something about someone, I can have it by morning. Mossad doesn't sleep.
Okay. And that's just one example. Here's another one.
My name is Amanda. I worked for Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk for 4 years. One of those years, I was a donor relations officer in Phoenix, Arizona. And that means is I worked with all the donors within a certain region for all of Turning Point's assets. So Turning Point Action, Turning Point Academy, Turning Point USA, Faith, Blexit, podcasting, everything. When I saw Candace Owens' comment this morning, granted, I am not a Candace Owens fan personally, and that comment, I felt like I had to say something. What I did for Turning Point USA within that department was some of the most, I can't even begin to describe it, because the people that I felt like I was working for were not, they were horrible. I mean, like, it was just some of the worst times ever. And I was working for such an amazing, brilliant idea of an organization, and to see it for what it really was behind the scenes and how, what makes it Turning Point, which is money. I mean, I'm sorry.
All right. So she got to it. And we're going to show you the money as we get a little bit further into the episode, because yes, my God, there is a lot. When I explained to you guys earlier at the start of the show why TPUSA reminded me of Righteous Gemstones. I really do think that's basically what this organization is. And we're going to get into the money as we go. But like I told you guys, we were going to come back to the little bald weirdo. I can't. It's almost like this guy is so forgettable and so irrelevant to me that the second after you guys tell me what his fucking name is, I forget who he is, because he's just such a little fucking bald nerd, dude. Just a little soft, physically weak, racist little bald nerd, dude. Blake Neff. Yeah. So let's work our way through this, okay? Because TPUSA has now come out and said they're gonna challenge Candace. Well, they're gonna address all of Candace Owens' claims, which again, Candace Owens' claims have been completely, when it comes to TPUSA and all their lies and all their bullshit. I mean, it's not claims anymore. We've seen they've been objectively proven. But let's work our way through this a little bit, okay? We're not going to do the whole thing, right? But yeah, Blake Neff, okay, and we'll talk about who Blake Neff is here right after this. Let's take a look.
That he died and stayed silent for the past 2.5 months. There is a topic that has flooded our Freedom inbox. It has been nonstop on social media, but which we have almost totally avoided on this show. You probably already know what I'm talking about, which shows just how ubiquitous it has been. Ever since Charlie's murder, Candace Owens has leveled a flood of allegations against people at Turning Point USA, people at Turning Point Action, and people who work for this show. She's made them against some of Charlie's closest friends and against some of his most dedicated employees. She has suggested that Michael McCoy, Charlie's chief of staff, knew Charlie would be murdered, was happy that he died.
I mean, when you watch, here's the thing. I'm not going to press accusations. When you watch old amazing Mikey McCoy's reaction, it sure fucking looks like that's possible. And they've provided nothing to justify his actions.
And stayed silent because he was told he would be the next Charlie. She has suggested Michael is not his real name. It is. I have seen his birth certificate myself. She has called it suspicious that Mikey's wife, who works at Turning Point, helped plan the campus tour event where Charlie was murdered.
Let's also take a moment and watch this guy. You have to read off a fucking script. Think about this. This fucking guy has to read off a script to get this message out. And yeah, hey, Jasmine, we'll take a little pee break here in a second. Let me get through this first. All right. He has to read off a goddamn fucking script that I guarantee you Alex Colvett wrote for him to read. And this guy thinks he's going to debate Candace Owens when he can't even fucking sit here and do it just an organic response himself. Really, guy? Really? You just the fact that he's sitting there reading off a fucking script as he's doing this response is just, it's unreal. Let's keep moving.
Which she didn't, by the way. She doesn't work on campus events. Candace has suggested the Utah Valley University event was unusual and its details suggested a, quote, inside job. She has claimed that foreign aircraft have followed Erica Kirk.
Ian Carroll's also proved this, by the way. So I'm confused. Ian just did an entire episode on this.
Around the country, and that Turning Point has lied about this happening. She has accused us of lying about Charlie wanting Erica to take over for him if he died.
There's literally text messages of Charlie telling Candace that he wants Candace to take over if he died. I can refute almost all of these just off the top of my head, which is a little bit weird. Let's keep moving.
She has suggested Charlie's security team intentionally denied him first aid.
No! Candace hasn't suggested that. I suggested that. And not only did I suggest that, I fucking proved it in this episode, plus the other episodes. Guy, Candace didn't suggest that. I suggested that. And I was right. So calm down a little bit.
After the shooting to ensure that he died. She has raised suspicions about the head of our technical team because he took an SD card out of a camera.
Super fucking suspicious. Why would he do that? This is like the worst. This is like one of the worst fucking like defenses I've ever seen right out the gate.
She has spread absurd claims that Tyler Boyer, who we just had on the show, sexually abuses male interns. She has suggested that TPUSA faith-affiliated pastors like theologian Frank Turek, who we'll have on in a moment, and Pastor Rob McCoy, are part of a military, quote, infiltration.
The Pastor Rob McCoy, who was just caught lying about his son, the amazing Mikey McCoy, 100% worked in the military in psychological operations. That's true. Guy.
Of Turning Point, either because they are veterans or because they have family members who are. Even if not everyone has been named specifically, though, Candace has effectively tarred everyone here with complicity in Charlie's death by repeatedly saying he was, quote, betrayed by, quote, everyone.
Yeah, it kind of feels that way. I mean, the evidence actually looks that way. This is why Candace should bring me with her so that I could not only protect her, but also then step in on the trauma medicine, the ballistics, all of the other things like that. Not that she would, but it would be a smart idea for her to do that. Now, let's talk a little bit. We're not going to do anymore. He just fucking yap. Little chihuahua, right? I already forgot his fucking name. Frank? What is it? Frank? I can't. He's the most forgettable fucking person in the world. Oh my God. Matt? Is it Frank or Matt? Blake Shell. That's what it is. All right. Racist Blake, whatever his name is. Blake Neff, not Shell. Okay, Blake Neff. All right, now, this guy. This is the fucking guy that is... He's standing up to Candace. Jesse did this episode today. We're gonna do this coverage of Jesse real quick of his episode on this, and we'll take a quick pee break, a drink refill break, and then we'll keep moving. All right, but let's learn a little bit about old Blake Shell here. Jesse covered this today. Amazing that he dug this up. All right, if you didn't know, Blake Shell's got a little bit of a rough past, as do all the people at Turning Point.
Ken, you may have seen stories about a writer on this show called Blake Neff. For years, since he was in college, Blake posted anonymously on an internet message board for law school students. On Friday, many of those posts became public. Blake was horrified by the story and he was ashamed. Friday afternoon, he resigned from his job. We want to say a couple of things about this.
Real quick, though. Were you ashamed of what you wrote? Or were you ashamed that they found out it was you since you had been posting anonymously?
All right, hey, we're going to let this play. I'm going to use the bathroom, take a little pee, refill my drink. 2-3 minutes. You should watch it. Jesse breaks down this guy's crazy fucking racist past, how he was fired from Tucker Carlson's show. It's worth a watch, all right? So we'll do that. I'll be right back. We'll let it play.
Right? I think we all know the answer to that, obviously. But I wanted to say, just as we're looking at this, right? Okay. I have always thought that people who are completely different when given the veil of anonymity, I'm like, that person's crazy. That's a thing I don't understand. I don't understand. If you care that people would think this about you, well, this weird name that you have, that's also you. So why do you feel comfortable saying that psychotic thing right there, but you would never say that with your face on it? Any chat room I'm in, even if I'm like an anonymous person, I still am like, I don't know. It doesn't feel that different to me. So I always think people like that are fucking crazy. And he definitely falls into that category now.
First, what Blake wrote anonymously was wrong. We don't endorse those words. They have no connection to the show. It is wrong to attack people for qualities they cannot control. In this country, we judge people for what they do, not for how they were born. We often say that because we mean it. We'll continue to defend that principle, often alone among national news programs, because it is essential. Nothing is more important. Blake fell short of that standard, and he has paid a very heavy price for it. But we should also point out to the ghouls now beating their chests in triumph at the destruction of a young man that self-righteousness also has its costs. We are all human. When we pretend we are holy, we are lying. When we pose as blameless in order to hurt other people, we are committing the gravest sin of all, and we will be punished for it. There's no question.
Okay, so I sat there, I'm like, geez, am I being self-aggrandizing, like he said, because if Tucker says it, I will actually consider. I'm like, am I doing that? I might be doing that, but not because I'm trying to be better than people. I just think all of this is hilarious. You know, I just think all of this is absolutely
let's get ahead
hilarious.
to
all of
the actual message here.
I will do my to that. Right. I moved it all the way over here. Okay. So, yeah, this is some of the things that he said. I will do my best to read this without, I don't know, making this video unpostable. In 2016, he replied, DK, women who like other women, the slander for that, get the wrong, I don't even know if I can read this, dude. Wrong C at the C bank and an N bomb pops out. So that would mean like
what he posted there was that a lesbian goes to a semen donor, gets the wrong semen, and a black person popped out, but with all of the slurs. That's what her little bald friend was posting on message boards. Yes, this is TPUSA. When I told you righteous gemstones, fake fucking Christians, this is what I was talking about.
You know, she was going to get a donor and they gave her the donor that was, you know, black and N-bomb pops out. So that's what Blake Neff, this dude, okay, not that dude, this dude said. He wrote that. This dude wrote that, okay? And that's the first one, okay? He replied to a comment in 2020, and the N-bombs are always honor students or some BS.
Oh, my God.
So I don't know about you guys, right? But...
And look, okay. Look, man, I don't give a shit about base posts and fucking people like acting ridiculous, saying mean shit like this. Whatever, dude. You guys know words don't bother me. But what I will not fucking sit by is, it's one thing if you're Nick Fuentes, right? And you're dropping fucking saying shit like this, and Nick says, I don't give a shit. I'm not going to apologize for fucking anything. That's one thing. It's another thing if you're LARPing as this fucking Christian at TPUSA while you're using an anonymous account to drop hard R's on chat rooms, right? That makes you a little pussy bitch. Like, if you want to be a racist, stand on business. Own it, dude. If you want to say base shit, we might be like, wow, that's gross. Own it. Dude, that's completely different. But like this fucking guy, this little creepy bald weirdo who's trying to pretend to be this, oh, Candace Owens is so bad, and we're TPUSA, and we're just the Christians, and this, and like, fuck you, dude. You're a little racist shit, dude. Okay? So it's one thing if you're actually doing this as like Nick Fuentes does, to be bombastic, to be a joke, right? And you stand on business and you say, I'm not apologizing. It's another thing to like work for TPUSA to pretend to be this evangelical, like, oh, we're just the evangelical higher, holier than thou. When it turns out you're just a little fucking racist shit, dude. Right? That's where I'm like, okay, fuck you, guy. Right? And because they're fake. He's fake. They're all fake. They're just LARPing. They're fake Christians. That's what all these fucking guys are. They're just fake fucking Christians. Okay? So this is the guy, again, that Jesse just showed you. This fucking guy. He's the one dropping hard R's in group chats and on message posts in anonymous accounts and got caught. And now he's here to lecture us on morality. Like, nah, dog. We're good. We're good. What's his name? Blake Neff. Okay, Blake Neff. I finally got it, right? I want to pull up a picture of him back in the day so you guys can see who this little fucking loser is. Right? This is who we're talking about. Right? Blake Neff. There he is. This was him back when he was posting. Right? So there he is. Old Blake Neff. Dropping hard R's. Okay, man. So like, again, spare us with the fucking holier than fucking thou routine, TPUSA. And we're going to get more into who these people are as we go. Okay. Great episode by Jesse, by the way. You should watch the whole thing on that. But yeah, again, come on, man. All right. Let me get back to, and so here's the thing though. He and TPUSA calls Candace out for a live stream. Okay. To like debate this whole thing. But look what he does. So he posts this at, look at the timestamp, fucking 12:21 in the morning, midnight, a little after midnight. And he says this: the live stream we have announced on the show Wednesday has been set. Also, they didn't even talk to Candace about open dates or when to set this. He says, at 4 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. local time on Monday, December 15th, a collection of Charlie's friends will respond to statements by Real Candace O to set the record straight once and for all. Trust me, this ain't going to be once and for all, homie. To the opening of America Fest. We'll be live streaming from Charlie's Phoenix studio. Our offer from yesterday holds. If Candace wishes to join us in person in Phoenix, she's welcome to do so. She can let us know by the end of today. You posted this at 12:21 in the morning, which means Candace wouldn't have even fucking seen this probably until the next day, right? And you're going to give her a couple hours to figure out if she can make this time that you've set that you haven't even fucking coordinated with her on. Like, that's not, this isn't how any of this works. I can tell you in the podcast scene, if we want to coordinate and have a live stream together, I reach out to you in private and we discuss, hey, what's a time that'll work for you? Will work for me. We'll coordinate it. Are we going to do it in person? Are we going to do it digitally? What we don't do is post on Twitter at fucking 1 a.m. and be like, the date's set. We'll see if she shows up. What are you fucking talking about? And then when Candace came out and said, no, I'm not going to show up to that randomly, this is what happened.
She's using these falsehoods to enrich herself while dividing the conservative movement at an absolutely critical time for this country.
I have to applaud that audacity. I have to applaud it. You do. You have to applaud it. These, excuse me here, but like, I'm trying not to swear. These men, okay, this company, these amazing lads over here have the audacity to accuse me of enriching myself when they were out there selling t-shirts, okay, of what Charlie died in to enrich themselves. Were they giving those t-shirts away for free at the Staples Centers? No, they were selling kit of what Charlie died in to the tune of $80 million+ that they made in the first 3 weeks, okay?
So, this is a great point. First of all, let me say this. They've also now said that they're not going to do it digitally with Candace because she's not going to show up. Now it's canceled. That's the most pussy shit I've ever heard. And you also saw that they had a team that they wanted to debate Candace with. So this is what they wanted. They wanted Candace Owens to show up by herself at TPUSA and have a whole panel of men try to essentially attack and debate Candace Owens by herself. That is the most weak, emasculate, bitch-made pussy shit I have ever heard in my life. And this is why I want to accompany Candace with a group of my own security so that we can sit there and fucking stare down all these little bitch-made fucking pussy men as if they even try to gang up on Candace. It's not going to fucking happen. That's what they wanted to do. That was the whole idea, that they were going to fucking basically gang up on Candace and attack her with a bunch of fucking grown men who are all fucking cowards, by the way. And good for Candace for saying, fuck off. I'm not going to do that. Yeah, they're going to try to bully her. That's what they were going to try to do because they're little fucking pussies. All these people at Turning Point. Fucking cowards. All of them. And it's not, she's getting, and again, this isn't the only person she's being attacked by. So here we go. Let's play this one. This one might get me in trouble, but that's fine. Let's talk about it because this just happened today.
In other news and emotional manipulation, Tim Pool was having some sort of a breakdown. I don't really know what it's about. I don't know why he's tweeting about me all the time. I hope he gets well, but I do want to address this absurd point that he is making about why we shouldn't be speaking about Charlie Kirk's assassination. Take a listen.
You can come and you can burn everything I have to the ground, and I will happily live in a van down by the river. I don't care to be number one. I don't need to be number one. What I care about is what is true and what will help this country and what works. And she is a scumbag. Okay. And she's getting worse every day. And she crossed the line. She continually crosses the line every day, insinuating that Turning Point literally killed the guy who made them all rich. And I hear this in the streets, and at a certain point, I'm like, holy shit, we're going to lose the midterms. We're going to lose the midterms. Then we're going to lose in 2028. And it's because she's a piece of shit. Because instead of saying, guys, let's come together and figure out how to work together, she says the stupidest retarded crap. And now everybody's running around divided and broken. For what reason? For literally what reason?
Okay. And Tim, I'm sorry if you see this, but I'm not going to let you verbally berate a woman. I'm not going to let you crash out and attack a woman who doesn't deserve it, by the way, like this. Okay? So let's fucking talk about this. Okay? This will take a little bit to talk about. First of all, there is nothing more fucking pathetic to me than the type of man, sorry, Tim, if you see this, but maybe you need to, because I know Tim. There's nothing more fucking pathetic to me than the type of man who will verbally berate and attack and curse at a fucking woman. Whether you agree with what Candace has to say or not, that is some beta shit. And I'm sorry I have to do this, but because of this response, this is what we're going to do. We're going to show you who Tim Pool is. Here's me and Tim together with Jared Taylor. I'm fucking two of Tim. Let's take a little look. This is the type of beta shit. This is the type of man. So, and again, sorry, Tim, if you see this. This is the type of little beta boy bitch shit that verbally berates women on the internet. You'll never fucking catch me doing this. You see this? This is me. I'm two of this guy. I can snap you in fucking half in a second. Okay? So why don't you fucking calm down a little bit, Tim, with the attacking women on the internet and bring it back down to reality before you embarrass yourself. Okay? Okay? Let's take a little look again. Nate next to Tim. You're not a masculine. You're not tough guy. You're not a fucking tough guy, Tim. You're not. Stop fucking LARPing. Okay? And again, I like Tim. I don't think Tim's a bad guy. But I'm not going to let you verbally berate some fucking woman on the internet who doesn't deserve it without me dogging you for it. Okay? Just saying. This is where I've talked to you guys before. All of these fucking conservative men, Ben Shapiro, and we've talked about this before, the entire cast of the Daily Wire, Tim Pool, Officer Tatum, Benny Johnson, I'll list them all. A bunch of fucking conservative men who pretend to be fucking tough guys on the internet. You're fucking not. So stop fucking verbally berating Candace Owens. You could speak respectfully. Okay? You can have your gripes with what she has to say, but calling her a dumb C word and all these different things, and she's retarded and all that, just stop, dude. You look like a little bitch. You look like a little bitch boy, dude. And you can't say anything back to me about it. Okay? You can get mad about it. And again, I don't dislike you. But if you want to go there, we can go there. Right? And I'm a little, and I hate doing this, but I'm a little confused why you're attacking her for her coverage on the Charlie Kirk situation when you invited me and offered to fly me out to be on your show to talk about the Charlie Kirk situation. And I said, no, thank you. Okay. So you wanted me to come on your show and talk about the Charlie Kirk situation. Why are you so mad about Candace talking about it? And I have the receipts if we need to go there. I'd rather not, because again, I do like Tim. I think he's a really nice guy. But this shit, nah, dude. Tim, I'm not going to let you fucking get away with that. We protect women in the masculine space. Even if they're out of control like Candace. Okay? We don't call them dumb C words and retards. We don't do that. Okay? Don't do it again. You should know better. All right? And again, I don't dislike Tim. I do like Tim. I think he's a nice guy. Super nice when I met him. But when you attack women like that, nah, dog. Nate's coming for your bitch ass. That's the truth. Okay? So again, I don't agree with everything Candace says, guys. I think Candace is off on a lot of stuff. But Candace cares about, you guys forget, Candace was best fucking friends with Charlie for like 10 years. Imagine if your best friend got shot in the fucking face and nobody, not his family, not his coworkers, not his business, none of them gave a shit. And you were the only person that cared. That's Candace. So yes, I understand where Candace is coming from in all of this. She's not right about everything, but she cares about her fucking best friend who got fucking shot in the face on live TV. Most of us, Mr. Tough Guy, I'm tougher than you, Brad. You want to say that? We all know you're fucking probably like little fucking, what's his name? This is probably this dude's burner account. This is you. This is probably your burner account, Brad. Right? I break you in fucking half, Brad. You can find me on Instagram. Message me. 6'3", 245 pounds, and all I do for hobby is combatives. If you want to find out, let me know. I'm not worried about you. Okay? Or any of fucking the Daily Wire or Tim Pool or any of them. I'm not pretending to be tough. I'm just telling you, I'm not going to let grown men verbally berate women on the internet and act like they're fucking tough guys when they're not. Because they're not a single fucking actual tough guy on the internet talking like that. Here's another one. Look at this guy. This guy, I guarantee, beats fucking women. I guarantee it. You can tell just by that comment. That dude is a fake fucking tough guy who beats up chicks. You can tell right away. We know who you are. You're not tricking anyone, guys. Chat knows immediately. We all know who you are immediately. Don't white knight. Yeah, because you're the type of fucking loser who's drinking fucking too many monsters and beating up your fucking girlfriend in the trailer park, homie. We know who you are. Because real, traditional, masculine men who are capable of serious fucking and extreme violence protect women and children. Because that's our role in society. It's weak men, emotionally weak, physically weak men who attack women on the internet, who beat women in person. We all know. We know who you are. Strong, dangerous men don't do that. We don't need to do that. Okay? There you go. Puerto Rican, she nailed it. It is what it is. All right, let's keep moving. We had a couple retards we had to get through. That's fine. Now, let's get into some individuals. Alex Colvet. I want to talk about this guy, the mouthpiece of Turning Point USA. This guy, and we're going to use Ian's clip first. He is essentially taken over for Charlie. And how well has he actually done? That's what let me pull this up real quick. Let's see how well Turning Point. Now, you might say, Nate, you're not being fair. Turning Point USA, they're doing great. They're doing great without Charlie. Let's find out. Let's take a look at this. How is Alex Colvet doing? Andrew. Oh, it's his name, Andrew. Andrew, all these people are so fucking, all these guys are so forgettable. Sorry. I didn't even do that on purpose. What's his name? Andrew Colvet? Okay. Alex, we're going to call him Alex Colvet because fucking whatever. Let's take a look at, this is Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel. 5.66 million fucking subscribers. I've told them over and over, get off Charlie Kirk's goddamn YouTube channel. Stop ruining Charlie Kirk's legacy. Stop destroying his social media presence. Let's see how well you've been doing here, Andrew or Alex or whatever the fuck his name is. Now, you have this video here. This is the response to Candace Owens. The reason why this has 242,000 views is because it's about Candace. But let's see how you're doing outside of that. Okay, here's Alex. 13,000 views, 6.8, 9.6 thousand, 7.5 thousand, 5.8 thousand, 3.4 thousand, 12,000, 4.1 thousand. Ooh, here we go. 46,000, 5.2, 4.6. Guys, this is like the view numbers you see on a channel that's got, I was getting these view numbers with like 15,000 subscribers. This is nothing. But let's go back and I'll show you the difference of what they've done to Charlie's channel. We'll scroll. We got to scroll down. They've posted 1,000 fucking videos since he died, which is just fucking gross. This is how far we have to scroll down. We're still not even there. Okay, we finally got to Charlie's videos. Here we go. Charlie Kirk's videos. 2.2 million. 360,000, 155,000, 1.3 million, 324,000, 600,000, 1.8 million, 239,000. Do we see the difference here? Do you see? And this was 2 months ago. Look what they've done in 2 months to Charlie Kirk's channel. From anywhere from 300,000 to 2 million views a video to 13,000, 6,000, 9,000, 7,000, 5,000. They've literally burned this fucking guy's channel into the ground. They burned Charlie Kirk's channel into the ground. That's not my opinion. We're just looking at the numbers. This is pathetic. Guys, again, these are numbers like, and if you had 20,000 subscribers, I'd be like, yeah, those are good numbers. They have 6 fucking million subscribers, and they're pulling 10,000 views a video under Andrew Colvet or Alex Colvet or whatever the fuck his name is. This was when I said TPUSA is a fucking joke now. This wasn't my opinion. It's dead. They killed the company in 2 months. 2 months, and they burned the company in. And that's not Candace Owens' fault. That's not Ian Carroll's fault. That's not my fault. That is TPUSA's fault. Period. There's no debating it. There's no, my numbers are better. What? My numbers are fucking 20 times better. If we want to look at that, we can just pull this up just on comparison, right? If we pull this up, this is Nate. All right. This is my channel. Just as a comparison to a channel with 6 million views to my channel, 93,000, 231,000, 200,000, almost 200,000, 100,000, 145,000, 173,000, 261,000. You see the difference here, guys? I'm just Nate. Guy behind a camera. No editors, no team, no infusion of $150 fucking million. Nothing. I'm just Nate. I mean, Jesus Christ. That's how much this channel has burned in. That's my point. They're doing 1/20th the views I'm doing. And that's TPUSA on Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel. They did that. Alex Colvett did that. This fucking guy did that. This is his work. Let's jump into who he is. Another fake fucking Christian. And I'll prove it to you.
Chief of staff, we made the decision that we wanted to address this head on because, you know, candidly, there's so much intrigue, and I'm gonna do a generous thing. The intrigue is because people care about Charlie. Okay,
intrigue is a weird choice of words, Andrew.
Okay, so that part I understand.
Outrage might be a better choice of words.
And you're more generous than I'd be.
Yes, and that's fine. And I am going to give you the floor here now, Blake, because you were there and you actually interacted with Mikey. You were with Mikey. You left the scene, and then.
So this was their whole episode. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. That was their whole episode, trying to defend Mikey McCoy, the amazing Mikey McCoy's actions, trying to make him a hero. Okay. Now I want to take a look at some things about old Alex. Andrew. Doesn't fucking matter. Let's look at these. There's a bunch. First one I want to look at, because this was 21 hours ago. So let's look at this. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth announces another boat strike in response to a request/wish from Turning Points USA's Andrew Colvett. Andrew Colvett said, "Every new attack aimed at Pete Hegseth makes me want another narco boat blown up and sent to the bottom of the ocean." Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, because this is the clown show fucking world we're living in, responds, "Your wish is our command, Andrew. Just sunk another narco boat." Okay. Let's think about that for a second. What's his name? Andrew Colvett posts on Twitter. Again, this is evangelical TPUSA, follower of Christ. Andrew Colvett posts on Twitter that every attack on Pete Hegseth wants more Venezuelan fishermen murdered. What fucking real Christian is sitting at home tweeting that comment? Shit, I fucking fought wars and fucking killed people in combat, and I would fucking never tweet something that retarded. Ever. What are you doing? You're supposed to be the head of TPUSA, this evangelical, like the remnants of what Charlie Kirk built, and that's what you're fucking tweeting on the internet. And of course, we're not gonna get into Pete Hegseth. Obviously Pete Hegseth, giant fucking douche. His response completely typical. But we're talking about Andrew Colvett. Sorry. I get his name wrong so many times. And that's what he's fucking posting on Twitter. This follower of Christ. Can't wait to fucking kill more fishermen. Cool, dude. Now, let's also talk, because Candace exposed this. And that was this.
Can't all be hanging out in Delaware. And there's one more thing that came in regarding Andrew Colvett. Very close family friend of Andrew Colvett had messaged me early on. And I, again, was not tracking any of this at the time, but they had said that they felt that Andrew Colvett was acting weird. And I'm sure that's not a big deal. I think we were all acting weird. Charlie Kirk was assassinated. But moreover, they had mentioned that specifically Andrew had told them that when Charlie said no to Bibi, he lost out on millions. Now I'm going to say allegedly because this is a tip, But I have that tip in writing. I'm not lying to you.
I mean, we're going to get into the finances. Wouldn't be shocking at all. Yeah, it sounds like that dude was really upset when Charlie Kirk turned down the cash infusion from Israel for $150 million. Which would make sense because he works at TPUSA. He was probably going to get a fat fucking payout from that. A little bit upset that didn't happen. Okay. That's fine. But how about this? Here's his actual posts. It says here, 1 day ago, most disturbing, Andrew, our poll revealed that 33.2% of students believe that Charlie Kirk's accused murderer was right-wing, while a paltry only 4% accurately labeled him as left-wing. Only 4% of people believe Tyler Robinson is the shooter, is what they're saying. Andrew's response is, we have to correct this. What do you mean you have to correct this, dude? What do you mean you have to correct this? Through what? Propaganda? Like, yeah, that's the reality. Nobody fucking believes the official narrative, dude. And that's his response. We have to correct this. We got to change this. We got to change the optics. We got to change the perspective. We got to change the way people are seeing this. What are you fucking talking about, dude? How about you are supposed to be Charlie Kirk's best friend? How about instead of worrying about correcting the narrative, how about worry about getting justice for your goddamn best friend? How about that? Maybe that's a good idea. Because, he then came out and posted this. Lying lips are an abomination to the Lord, but those who act faithfully are his delight. Candace obviously roasted him for it. Yeah, Andrew, that's a good point. Lying lips are an abomination of the Lord, and you have been caught lying more than fucking anybody at TPUSA about this. So that seems like a little bit of projection, right? And I want to watch next a couple videos about what's going on with the finances over at TPUSA. Okay, so let's watch this.
$1.6 million mysteriously gets transferred into the shell company managed by Tyler Boyer, and it is spent on this massively inflated salary expense. Now, to understand the full picture, it's not just about where the money was going to, it's also where the money was coming from. When I was going through all the new financial information, I saw this chart, and immediately, I had a good idea of what was going on. This shows revenue going into Turning Point Action. And you can see a gigantic leap in revenues for FY24. It went from 10.7 million to 27.2 million. That is over 150% increase in 1 year, an extraordinary achievement for a nonprofit. What is even more curious is when you put this chart side by side with Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA shows a 4% increase. Remember that Turning Point USA is the main organization with Charlie Kirk as president. Charlie Kirk works a lot less on Turning Point Action, and Tyler Boyer is the COO. Do you see what is happening? For some reason, in FY24, Turning Point got a ton of new donors. But these new donors went around Charlie Kirk and into the organization where Tyler Boyer was the COO. $8.6 million.
Now, why would that have happened? Why would all of the money start to be donated to the subsidiary nonprofit run by Tyler Boyer right before Charlie was killed instead of Charlie? Why would that happen? Well, we know Charlie turned down the cash infusion from our greatest ally. We know Charlie decided to cut off all of his J donors, but they still worked around Charlie and made sure that money infusion came in. So there's a lot of sketchiness. Follow the damn money, right? Ian Carroll, as he would say, follow the money. Now, we're going to get into probably what's going to be the most controversial part of the episode. But, you know, I decided to do this episode, and I figured from the very beginning I was going to take the gloves off and say, fuck it. Because, again, I haven't done a Charlie Kirk video. When's the last Charlie Kirk video I've done? I don't think I've done a Charlie Kirk video in... Let's take a look. This was the last Charlie Kirk video I did, which was 1 month ago, which is probably closer to about 7 weeks ago, was the last Charlie Kirk video I did. So I really haven't been following this. I mean, I've been following it, but I like content-wise, since we haven't gotten any more new information, this is kind of where I stopped. And so I've been watching this. I've been keeping an eye on it, but it's not been like my lane to, you know, this is Ian's lane, it's Candace's lane, it's Coach Collins' lane. But I've been watching and I've been compiling data, and I figured, you know what? It's time to fucking talk about all this stuff, because it's so obnoxious at this point, and it's so obvious that, again, TPUSA, and that's why I use the Righteous Gemstones comparison at the start, because this company, one, we know they burned in, but we have to acknowledge there's just fucking, it's a bunch of leeches, dude. And it's almost to the point we have to ask ourselves, how did Charlie Kirk surround himself with all of these people? You almost have to ask yourself, is Charlie Kirk the person we thought he was? Do I want to go that deep tonight? Probably not. But what we will go to is what's going to, again, be controversial. Somebody who I have defended from day one, who I'm not going to anymore. And I'm sure you can imagine where we're about to go for the last part of the episode. Yeah, let's jump into it. We'll start with this, because Candace has never said a word about Erica Kirk until recently. Neither have I. But let's get into it.
Of course, I am hopeful that Erica Kirk will issue a statement. I think in this new capacity, CEO, and
keep in mind, this is in reference to supposedly a ton of French money donations coming into TPUSA after Charlie was killed.
Chairman, that we deserve an answer about that check, that phone call. We deserve a clear answer on that, and no dancing around it. Because like I said, my sources were pretty solid on that, and I am just kind of trying to digest the devastation of it all, really, to be honest with you, what the implications are. Of course.
So Candace being very kind about this, I'm going to be far less kind. Okay. Far, far, far less kind, as we're going to jump into some of these clips that it's time to talk about this. Okay. So let's talk about Erica Kirk. I don't know if you saw this, was on Megyn Kelly's podcast. They talked about a lot of different things. How ridiculous it was. People criticized her and JD Vance's weird hug. I want you guys to take a look at what she's fucking wearing. And I'm not trying to judge. You know what I mean? I'm not here to attack Erica Kirk like Tim Pool did Candace, but I am here to say what is going on here? Because what I see is Erica Kirk is wearing a see-through black lace gown on a podcast with Megyn Kelly with porn star hair, porn star makeup, as she's sitting in a podcast holding a Bible in her hands. This is so over the top and so obnoxious. No normal fucking person acts like this. No normal person brings a Bible out to the podcast. This is the epitome of fucking theatrics. The epitome of theatrics. I just, And again, I'm not here to beat up on Erica Kirk, but you have to start asking yourself, this chick has been on the wildest podcast tour I've ever seen. She's everywhere. She's on everybody's podcast. She's at the White House. She's constantly dressed in just some of the most bizarre porn star-esque type outfits you'll see. And I don't understand why. And again, they're like bringing the Bible out. Very, very bizarre. But there's some things I want to show you guys about this. And we're not going to make accusations. We're just going to say, is this weird or not, right? So let's watch this clip.
The fact that she didn't know that, I got questions.
Well, this one's easy. How long have you been married, and when did you know it was time to get married?
We've been married since 2021.
What? You don't remember what year you got married? And you're a woman? Okay.
We've been married for.
How did you know it was time to get married?
I don't give a fuck what anybody tries to convince me. If a woman knows anything, it's the date that she got married.
And trust me, all of the fucking dudes in the chat that are married, my God, we know this is true. My fucking God. There's one thing my wife will never goddamn forget. It is the day and year we got married. I know. I've learned the lesson the hard way a few times.
And she could tell you how many times she took a shit out of that dress that day and how many people pissed her off that day, down to the fucking time, minute, second, hour,
100.
Every single thing about that day. The fact that she didn't know that, I got questions. His facial expressions in that we panned over at the time because we weren't really looking too far into it. We're like, ha, 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 ha. And now we're like, The fact that
very bizarre. Very bizarre. But we, again, she's been on the podcast tour and she's got a lot of things to say lately. First of all, these outfits, your husband got shot in the fucking throat on live TV 2 months ago. The podcast tour shit's weird. I would expect if I got shot in the throat in live TV, my wife would be, at home grieving with my 2 toddlers. I would hope. But everybody grieves differently. But also, like, the outfits, wearing a cape. Let's just take a look.
A high percentage of his voters were female. I think there's a tendency, especially when you live in a city like Manhattan, where, again, you are so career driven and you almost look to the government as a form of replacement for certain things, relationship wise, even. So you see things a little bit differently. What I don't want to have happen is young women in the city, look to the government as a solution to put off having a family or a marriage because you're relying on the government to support you instead of being united with the husband where you can support yourself and your husband can support and you can guys all combine together.
So let me ask you guys this. And I'm going to be honest. I don't know how to say this. I have not been critical of Erica Kirk at all. Comparatively, even though some of my buddies on YouTube that have gone after her well before I did. I've defended her from day one. It's time to start asking, like, is it not bizarre that she's been on the most ridiculous podcast tour anybody has ever seen in 2 months? And let me give some context. Did anyone know who she was or have even seen her face or picked her out of a lineup before Charlie Kirk was killed? I had no idea she even existed before Charlie Kirk was killed. Did any of you ever even see her before Charlie Kirk was killed? Anyone in the chat? Anyone? Let's do a poll. Poll. I saw somebody say poll. This is a great time for a poll. I thought about this the other day. I go, you know what? I didn't even know Erica Kirk was a real person before Charlie was killed. Before she did that initial response 2 days, 48 hours later, by the way, which we all thought was so brave at the time. Now it just seems bizarre looking back at it. I realized I didn't even know she fucking existed before that. Let's put this. All right, let's do that right here. Did you even know who she was? Have you ever seen her before? You ever heard of her? Maybe some of you had. But I started thinking about this the other day, and I thought, this is kind of bizarre. I never saw her in the show. I never saw her anywhere in any clip ever with Charlie. And did the poll go up? We got a poll up? I can't see it. I can't see it. Guys, is the poll up? It's up? All right, cool. And I'm just wondering. It went away. People say it's up. Nope. Jasmine said nope. God damn it. What's going on with this? All right, maybe we close some of these out. Problem with it, guys, is I get like 1,000 tabs in my internet browser to bring you guys all this information. So it overloads my computer. But we should be able to get. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's up. And again, I'm just asking what you guys think, or not think, but like I didn't even think about this until the other day. I was like, wait a second. We all act like we just like Erica Kirk is this, of course, famous person that's at the White House and she's on all these podcasts and fireworks everywhere she goes. And then I was like, wait, who the fuck is she? Where did she come from? A little bit bizarre. A little bit bizarre. And we're going to look at a couple more things that I think is just, it's been creeping me out. Okay. That's the way I'll put it. It's creeping me out. This one was a little bit a while ago, but let's take a look.
You feel safe?
What are they going to threaten me with? Going to heaven sooner to be with my husband? And I don't say that to be reckless. I do not.
There's no tears, by the way, that she just wiped off. So let's just keep that in mind.
I do not say that because I'm out in the streets. Like, here I am, come find me. And it's not at all. It's a fearlessness that's rooted in the understanding that I will have my day and my time, whenever that is. When the Lord knows that I've completed my mission. And I'm not afraid. Charlie wasn't afraid either. We never lived in fear. If we did, we wouldn't get anything done.
Okay. Let me tell you this. And I the way I'm looking at this is from, I'm married, love my wife to death. We've been together for over 10 years, 2 kids. I'm going to transplant myself, and tons of you are going to relate in the chat to this, I'm sure. Men and women, husbands and wives. If I was assassinated, God forbid, and what that means is my wife is now the sole provider to our children. Okay. If her response to that question was, I'm not afraid. What are they going to do? Kill me? Oh, well, I'll go to heaven. And you're just so willing to brazenly say, fuck it. We'll just leave our children alone with neither of us for the rest of their lives because I'm going to be brazenly careless because I know I'm going to heaven. That is not the right answer. What about the kids, to your point? Yes. No, that's not the right answer. The right answer is my husband was assassinated. I am now the sole provider to these 2 little babies. And I'm going to make sure that I do everything in my power possible to make sure I'm safe and they are safe. And I don't leave them alone in a world with no fucking parents. That's the correct fucking response to that question. Like, what is this? Like, nobody, like, just pretending like we don't even have fucking kids. I'm not worried. My mission. Really? There's so many parents in the chat right now that I can guarantee are relating to that, going, no. If my spouse got assassinated and got killed, the last thing I'm going to do is go on a fucking podcast tour. Think about it. People supposedly hated Charlie Kirk so fucking much that they killed him, shot him in the fucking face on live TV. And your response is, I'm going to go on a podcast tour, put myself in potential danger just like Charlie did with our 2 little babies at home? Really? Is that really the correct answer? Guys, am I crazy? If my wife got killed in some type of situation like that, I would do everything in my fucking power to make sure I kept myself alive for those kids. You'd think. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm off base. Maybe I'm wrong. I just... All right, we'll look at one more. Okay. Explaining why Zoran Mamdani won.
High percentage of his voters were female. I think there's a tendency, especially when you live in a city like Manhattan,
Oh, no.
where,
Hold on.
again, you are...
This is the one I wanted.
I think there's a tendency, especially when you live in a city like Manhattan, where, again, you are so career driven and you almost look to the government as a form of replacement for certain things, relationship wise, even. So you see things a little bit differently.
I don't think so. I don't think you do. But last one we're going to do is this final quote. And that is this. Erica said, social media, like many things, it can be used for such good and it can be used for such evil. I agree. That's definitely true. But at the same time, what exactly what good are you using social media for at this point? To make sure JD Vance gets elected? Because that seems to be the new big thing. Let's see if I can pull this up. I can't find it. Don't know how I did this one, but it appears that now the entire purpose of TPUSA and Erica Kirk, in which they have announced, Erica Kirk announced this, is that their entire purpose is to make sure JD Vance gets elected in 2028. That seems a little bizarre to me. I'm not really sure what the I don't want to I'm trying to think about how to work around the whole JD Vance, Erica Kirk weird shit with Usha Vance without, I'm not trying to like go down the whole conspiracy theory rabbit hole here, but like, isn't that exactly what we all expected to happen? Right? Was that was exactly what we expected. The endorsement from TPUSA and Erica Kirk for JD Vance, which JD Vance has, I think, has no path to victory whatsoever. But it does seem a little bizarre to me. Yeah, I think somebody said, I thought Charlie said that. I think he probably did, actually. It's been pre-planned for a while. But yeah. Again, I got more that I could do with her, but it's just so, everything about it, man. I've tried to give her all the grace in the world because I have multiple buddies who have lost their lives and their wives, right? I've seen their wives have to deal with that. That's not rare in my career field. It's not rare in my career field to see widows. And none of them have acted the way she has. Not even remotely. Most of the women, my friends that have been killed or took their own lives, I haven't seen them even be functional in the first couple months after their husbands were killed. Not even remotely functional to have a basic conversation. So distraught. That I'm watching this in real time. We're 2 months? 2 months out of this? And she's everywhere. In skin tight leather pants and porn star makeup and hair and see-through gowns. Am I crazy, guys? Or am I like, I feel like I'm like 2 months behind everybody else who already is like, yeah, this is fucked up. But I finally just like gave in and was like, you know what? This bitch is full of shit. After 2 months of like trying to defend her the best I could. And I'm just like a casino dealer. Sorry, guys. I'm out. You know? Maybe we need a poll. What do we have on this one? We had 90% said no. Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's do one last poll. We're gonna hit super chats. It's been a good show. At least I hope you guys thought it was a good show. Put a lot of work into this one. Let's do one final thing. How do I want to phrase this? How do I want to phrase the question on this? Here is Erica Kirk. I'm gonna say authentic. Authentic is a good term here. I'm not gonna say complicit or anything like that. I don't believe that, but is she authentic in her grief? Let's say that. Is she authentic in her grief? That's what I want to leave it on here before we jump into the super chats. Because again, maybe I'm wrong, but you guys know I haven't said a fucking word about her negatively from the beginning. I haven't said a word negatively about TPUSA until tonight. From the beginning. So if you can get someone like Nate to bail and be critical of you, I don't know who's left. I don't know who's left supporting you. Because I feel like I've been over the top with Grace. And you guys watch my content, you know. Again, we just showed I haven't even done content on Charlie Kirk in 7 weeks. But I just can't anymore. All right, we got a lot of super chats to get through. So, guys, we are 3 hours in. Oh my gosh. Did you guys enjoy this one? Was this a good episode? Again, I've been working on this one for weeks and weeks and weeks. So hopefully you guys thought this was a good one. We've had a lot of people in the chat the entire time. So now we've finished the official episode, 3 hours, 15 minutes. And you know what that means? We got to hit through all the super chats. All right. So for those, we haven't even got to the goddamn giveaways because of the 400,000 celebration. Oh shit. All right. So you know what we got to do? We got to do giveaways while we hit super chats. Otherwise we're never going to get out of here. So here's what we're going to do. Let's get the get the super. Hold on. We're going to give away some flags. We got I don't have them exactly now, but we have new hats coming that are just like this one, but they got the new America First logo. So they're the black camo, but here is like the America First. So those are coming in. We got the flags. They're not up yet. Oh, look, you want me to put the flag up? I've got the flags here. Hold on, stand by. I got it right here. They're not for sale yet because my wife's out of town right now. She hasn't put them up on the website and she controls all that. Look at this guy. Hold on. User Pepe F2G says, "You're dumb." All right. Thanks, man. Thanks for the TPUSA burner account right there. All right. Let's put the flag up while we do this. Bam. Got the America First flags. All right, so those will be up for sale whenever my wife gets back in town. So next couple days, be on the lookout for that. If you haven't voted for me on the Gundy Awards, it's still in the pinned comment. Feel free to do that. And then now we're going to do giveaways. We're going to give away flags. We're going to give away hats. As we do super chats, we're going to do 2 at the same time. So the way we're going to do this, if you guys haven't been new to the channel, we're going to say you type in VFT as the keyword. All right. And then as we read super chats, VFT's in the chat. First, we'll do like 3 flags, maybe like 3 hats so you guys can see. We'll read super chats as we go. So stick around if you want to, hang out for the super chats. If not, thank you so much for showing up to the episode tonight. I appreciate you all. 400,000 subscribers, absolutely crazy. What's insane is I had 100,000 subscribers in February, and so, like February of 2025, and so we're in December of 2025 at 400K. So shit, we're on pace to hit like 1 million in a year and a half if we were to keep the same pace, which would be crazy. But anyway, just to let you guys know, I haven't been around that long. But we're gonna hit super chats, and then we're gonna do giveaways as we go. All right. So let's start jumping into it. All right. Mark says, congrats on 400K. Been here since you started. Appreciate it, Mark. Thank you. All right. Palm Pistol Rick Cutler needs to be asked what he handed off to other security guard without a word said. Guy did not even look at what was being handed over, and that was around in the back pocket. Yeah, I agree. The brown shirt guy is the most suspicious out of all of them, for sure. And, was it car keys? I don't know. All right. Charlie was on his side. How did Mr. Pro see the wound? Did he have x-ray vision? He's been hanging with Daddy McCoy in the land of make-believe blood. Good point. All right, just common sense says, why do all the vetting and training? Excuse me, got the hiccups. Ugh. Stand by. All right, why do all the vetting and training he brags about if he's going to rely on outsiders? Isn't that a great question? He led people to think the text was between him and the chief, but it wasn't. It was a screenshot from Dan lying POS. Is that real? Oh my God. If that's real and he fucking fabricated that, that's 1,000 times worse, bro. That's 1,000 times worse. Oh, our buddy Ian. Oh shit. Ian says, congrats on 400K, Nate. Epic tear tonight. Keep up the wang af, brother. Hell yeah. Also, guys, Ian, I believe, is still live. If we can get done before then, we're going to raid Ian's stream. So you guys know. Thank you very much, Ian. He's live streaming right now, so he's not going to see it. But all right, Techie says, please do a video on Paramount Tactical interview with Harpole. It's even worse than Sean. He literally says he can't remember if he treated the wound on the ground, but he swears he can't remember if he treated the wound. What? But swears was packing the gauze in the SUV. Oh my God, dude. Okay, I guess I have to watch this now. Because if that's true, that's fucking ridiculous. Oh my God. All right. A couple more, and then we're going to do the first giveaway. All right. Congrats on 10K in the chat. Oh, viewers? Yeah, hell yeah. I think we had over 10K in the chat tonight. Pretty crazy. Thank you. All right. Sergeant Shafty says, Nate, I think you should reach out to Sean Ryan Show. Did you see the Trigger Smart videos? What do you mean reach out to Sean Ryan Show? I have talked to Sean. I know Sean. I talked, like, Sean invited me to come on the show. We haven't coordinated at all yet. I don't know. Maybe eventually we'll figure it out. But I haven't seen the new Trigger Smart video, but I have seen people talking about it. So we'll take a look at it. Again, I love Sean. I love Sean's content. I think he's great. This episode was not about beating up Sean. Okay, at all. I just think he needed to do a better job journalistically. All right, the best Transformer. What's up, brother? You hear a lot. Appreciate you. Candace predicted a D-Day-like attack mid-December. The fake Christian agitators from Minnesota are going to be in Dallas mid-December. Agitated Muslims, false flag coming. I do think a major false flag is coming in this country. I hate to say that, but I do think it is. And the problem is that the reason why I don't like saying that is because I was right about the last two. I said, and I already clipped it, I said, I don't want National Guard troops deployed into Washington, D.C. because somebody's going to get fucking shot. That happened. I said that a Muslim terrorist attack was coming. That happened in D.C. I said that 2 weeks ago. So I don't want to be right. So maybe I need to just shut my mouth and stop talking, okay? Because I don't want that to happen. But Dan is the only one who is directly employed by CK. Dan was Harpool's point of contact, and he's even more sus, in my opinion. Oh, interesting. They love to act like they can't hear you. One can delegate authority, but one cannot delegate responsibility. Semper Fidelis. There it is. Everybody in the military fucking knows it, dude. All right. Let's do our first giveaway here, our first flag giveaway. Okay, so the way this works, guys, if you win, you need to message me on Instagram with your full name and address, okay? Don't fuck around with it. My wife runs all this stuff. She gets pissed off if you don't do the right thing, all right? We're about to pick a winner. Here we go. I am Donald J. Trump. Okay, so go ahead and comment. Let us know that you're going to message me on Instagram so we don't have to pick a new winner. Donald Trump's in the chat. All right. Let us know. I am DJT. You got about a minute to respond. You just type something in. Let us know that you won. Let me know that you're going to message me on Instagram. You have to be in the United States as well. I'm not going to pay $100 to ship this goddamn flag to you. Okay. So if you're not in the United States, don't worry about it. All right. You gotta let us know. All right. We're going to keep moving while this happens. All right. Celtic says, why is innocent and proven guilty accused assassin being so quiet? Please read that twice. Valhalla, preach on, brother. Chatley, that US. Good question. I didn't even show you guys this, and I forgot to. Where was it? Did I? Oh, I might have deleted it. Shit. The fact that the video. Okay, let's go. All right. I see that. We see it. Okay. Make sure you message me on Instagram, brother, and we'll get that flag out to you. All right. Full name, address in the United States. We're good to go. Okay. Cool. All right. Here we go. We are going to restart. Here we go. And all right. It's rolling. Okay. Cool. All right. VFT's in the chat. They killed the character Charlie Kirk. The man is still alive. This is the best channel on YouTube. Thank you. You know what? There's like at this point, the idea of Charlie Kirk being still alive is not that unrealistic. Is what's crazy. That's how fucking ridiculous the conspiracies have got. Ever heard of military in maroon to ID in crowds? Military in maroon to ID in crowds. Military maroon? I don't know military in maroon, what that term means. Sorry, brother. You think places like China or Russia do their own type of investigation to CK and come to their own conclusion and laugh at America even more? Probably not. No, I don't think they give a shit about American podcasters that much, to be honest. After what happened to Trump, why would not make sure the roof is covered? They didn't learn anything, apparently. Well, they knew potentially that the roof was a suspected danger area and did nothing about it, which makes it more suspicious. CT says, did you see the Paramount Tactical interview? He was really nervous, fidgety, dry mouth. I asked PT if he seemed credible and liable at all. I haven't. Again, I saw that Gary was gonna that he was going to interview him. I haven't watched it. And again, why you? Here's the thing. I'm the one. My video criticizing his security team is the biggest video out there on that subject. How come he didn't reach out to me? How come you didn't ask to come on my show? We could have done 1 million views. Why didn't you reach out to me? My video on your security company did something like 5, 6, 700,000 views. You didn't reach out to me. You still could. I know you see this. These do enough views for you to see. Feel free. You're more than welcome. All right, Backman Union, what's up, brother? That dude is way over his head and is used by a 3-letter agency. What do you think Sean is thinking? Also, congrats on 400K. Money for the gas station, Bruce. Thank you, brother. I don't think Sean's used for a three-letter agency. I think Sean is a devout Christian who wanted to try to help. You know what I mean? I don't think Sean was really covering the entire story that close. At least I'm trying to give grace to Sean because I like Sean. But I don't know. All right, David says there's something weird going on with Erica and JD Vance. Either way, they become a couple or his running mate. I think one or the other maybe is possible. But I think JD has JD is going to get disavowed or not. Keep in mind, Trump knows that JD Vance hates his guts, right? Trump is not going to endorse JD Vance to be his successor. I'm calling it here first. Everybody thinks that. I don't think it's going to happen. All right, Mr. Bombastic, Mr. Fantastic. Also, guys, you only have to enter VFT once, okay? And you'll be in there for each round of the giveaway. All right, Bobby says, this was an orchestrated hit, plain and simple. Anyone who thinks different has had their heads in the sand. We will never learn the truth, even though it hits right in the face. Congrats on 400K. Thank you, Bobby, for always being here for every stream. Appreciate you, brother. All right. Charlene says, you are showing lies and the truth. And I thank you. Well, thank you, Charlene. I see you turned down the $7,000. Yeah. Yeah. We're not receiving any money, unfortunately, from our greatest ally. Yeah, we're not that guy, unfortunately. Hey, and I've said it before. If they would have been smart enough to reach out to me like a year ago and be like, "Hey, brother, $7,000 every YouTube video to shill," I mean, that's a lot of money, guys. Not anymore, because I don't give a fuck. Israel couldn't give me $1 million a post, and I still wouldn't do it out of integrity because just fuck them. But a while back, who knows? All right, let's hit another giveaway. All right, we only have 330. No, we got to let it roll for a little bit. 339 entries, and 9,000 people in here. That can't be right. People are getting popped for spam. Guys, don't spam. See this? Hold on, let me show you this. So Nightbot so keep in mind, guys, look at this. Nightbot is actually canceling you out if you spam VFT. So you're actually losing your opportunity to win if you spam VFT. Okay. So VFT's one time in the chat. Otherwise, you're getting spammed out. Okay. But we're going to choose a winner anyway for the second flag. Here we go. Dill Pickle 0505. I love dill pickles, by the way. I've got a whole jar in the refrigerator right now. I eat them usually at like 2 a.m. I come out in the middle of the night. And I eat a dill pickle as a snack. That's kind of my thing. So dill pickle, let us know you're in America. Message me here, and then message me on Instagram. Name, full address. Okay, we're gonna keep moving with the super chats. All right, don't listen to lame bots. You're just preaching the truth. Thank you, Pity. All right, CT says, in your opinion, are these interviews a deliberate or incidental traumatic event memory lapse? If so, why? These should be admissible at trial. No, I don't believe they're a memory lapse. I've been through incredibly traumatic shit in combat, and you don't just forget what happened. You remember in deep fucking detail, typically, what happened. Unless you're injured and you got a bunch of ketamine in your system or something like that. But Dill Pickle, come on. You got to respond, brother, or you're going to lose your chance. You lose your shot at it. All right. Woofy says, the casket that Erica Kirk is crying over with her Masonic ring. Yeah, I forgot about her jewelry. And the casket they put the hearse in are different caskets. Very strange. You can clearly see the different handles. I believe Jesse on Fire found this. He did. I saw that. Very bizarre. All right. When we do x-rays for C1, C2, we point the camera through the patient's open mouth. Yeah. Because it's all the way up in their fucking jaw. Great point, Torvi. Thanks you for that one. All right. They put him in a car so he wouldn't survive. I think he was already dead, but to my point, it wouldn't have mattered because of the trauma care. All right, Dill Pickle, you have lost your chance at winning, brother. You're almost at 2 minutes. Unfortunately, we are going to re-roll. Dill Pickle, this is what it is, guys. You got to respond. Okay, re-rolling. It's going to be hard for me to believe that you're in America. Radu Japalan. No, we're just straight re-rolling right away. Sorry. Ice Empress. We know this one. Ice Empress super chatted earlier. Ice Empress, we know you're here. Well, you were earlier. There it is. All right, Ice Empress. Message me on Instagram. Okay, Ice Empress, with your name, your address, and we will get the Valhalla VFT flag out to you. We like to see that. We like to see a winner that's a regular on the chat, like regular on the channel. All right, resetting. This will be the third flag. It'll be the last flag we give away, and then we'll move into the new hats. Okay. All right, Texas with the big $50 dono. Thank you, brother. Very, very, very generous of you. Rick Sanchez interview. Matthew Ho, retired U.S. Army captain and Saint Deputy Officer. Career serving in Iraq and the Iraq War and Afghanistan War. Watch and see how Raytheon, the other dictating the planning of these wars years ahead. Just using our men for profit. Yeah, and guess whose dad set up Raytheon Israel? Erica Kirk. Isn't that interesting? But yes, I would agree with you on that. The military-industrial complex. Yeah. Just slaughtering young American boys for profit. They've been doing that for a long time. All right, Penta with the big $100 dono. Thank you very much, brother. That's a new profile picture. You're looking jacked as fuck in that profile picture. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God. All right, 400K. Go get him, Nate. Congratulations. Thank you very much, brother. Again, dude, I gotta get my fucking I gotta get my arms like that, dude. Are my arms like that? You there? I don't think so. I think he's got, we're nowhere close to that. Jesus Christ, dude. You're looking fucking great, man. Good on you, brother. All right, Carol says, the truth doesn't mind being questioned. The lie does not like being challenged. Frederick Nietzsche. Oh, Carly, I'm a big Nietzsche fan, by the way. And that is a good one right there. Another one is, what is it? I'm trying to remember who it was from. I can't remember. I was thinking of another Nietzsche quote, but I can't remember. Too much white wine tonight for that one. George with the Aussie 14. Thank you very much, brother. All right. Lady Peach says, remember that Sean had Chase Hughes on a show right before this interview. I would bet money that he asked Chase how to interview this guy and told him just let him talk. He would bury himself. That might be a fair point. Sean has done that before. He's done that with Tim Kennedy. He's done that with John Shrek McPhee. He has done that. He's sort of set up people in a way to let them burn themselves. So people like me, who actually exposed both those people and this guy. Fair point. Maybe we'll use some of that for Sean's grace. You know what I mean? Because again, we do like Sean on the show. All right. Let's see where we are at. Okay. Still getting entries. We'll give it another couple minutes for this one right here. Tired of the Talmudic manipulation? I think we all are. Pro says there's a police audio communications officer said Erica wife declined autopsy. Yeah, we saw this one. I think this turned out to be not true. We talked about this. This was months and months ago. There has to be an autopsy. It's legally required in Utah. That doesn't mean there is, but my God, if they went forward in trial with no autopsy, then they've got no chance to win. There's 0% chance that they could prosecute Tyler Robinson if they don't have any ballistics and no rounds to match the murder weapon. Let's hope not, but who knows? Robert says, is it true when people say there's no such thing as ex-CIA, Wang Af? I don't know if there's no such thing as ex-CIA. we like to say there's no such thing as an ex-Green Beret or an ex-Marine, right? Like once a Marine, always a Marine. Once a Green Beret, always a Green Beret. Is that the same thing for CIA? I don't know. For us, I can tell you as like Green Berets, shit, when you retire, you're out, dog. Yeah, you got no attachments to anything back in the military. I don't know if it's different for that in the intelligence world or not. Unfortunately, I didn't work on the intelligence side. All right, let's pick a winner here. All right, here we go. Let's pull this up. All right, this is the third flag, right? Let's do it. Gary McCullough? Immediately. Well, you're going to have to get Instagram because that's the only way to get a hold of me. Or you can email me, dude. You can email me at, well, you'll see my email in my description or in my description. So if you want to win, Gary, you got to email me or get an Instagram account. It's the best way to get a hold of me. All right. Next, we're going to do the new hats. They're going to be the black camo hats with the new American First logos. I'm excited about these ones. Okay. So let's reboot. We'll give away a few of these. All right. Let's keep it moving. All right. The geometry says the shot could have come from the speaker rig. If Flashbot could have faked the bang. No proof, just proof you can't say it couldn't. No, there's a lot of things I can't say that happened. But yeah. Super sticker. Thank you. No Wang, no peace. No Wang, no more super chats. Yeah. Super sticker, thank you. All right. Earl says TPUSA seem to be running for the hills when it comes to getting questioned, even making excuses to debate Candace Owens. Yeah, and they're not going to, because Candace couldn't make the one date and time that they didn't even ask her if she could make. It's pathetic. We all see what they were doing. All right. Also says the Megyn Kelly Frank Turk interview. Frank states they did have drones because they were sending Charlie footage while they were on their way to the show and how big the crowd was. Well, that's pretty fucked up then. If Frank Turk says there was drones and the head of security says there was no drones, more fucking lies. Wouldn't be shocked. Samantha says, yes, bless you for all what you do. Thank you, Samantha. You're looking pretty fit there too as well, Samantha. Looks like a bikini competitor. Good for you. Looking good. All right, what are your thoughts on Steven Crowder? I like Steven's stuff, man. I don't have anything against. I don't think I've ever had a bad thing to say about Steven Crowder on anything I've ever done. I know he was pretty pissed at Candace the other day, but yeah, I mean, I don't have anything negative really to say about Steven Crowder. You know, I'm trying to think. I watched his entire episode with Nick Fuentes the other day. Thought it was good. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I know Crowder called her the C word. You know what I mean? Here's the thing. Crowder's like one of those guys that's kind of a fence sitter, I feel like he's right there on the fence of how far he's going to be. I know people have said, yeah, he's yelled at his wife. I don't know anything about that. I'd have to look more into that. Again, I'm not saying I'm a fan of Crowder, but I don't know. I don't have anything negative to say about him from what I've seen. Maybe you guys know. Again, I don't watch his content, so maybe I'm missing some context on that. I've heard that he yelled at his wife on something. I don't know. Again, guys, I know better. It looks like Chat's pissed. Chat doesn't like him at all. Hold on. Let's do a poll. Again, I don't watch Steven's stuff, but I don't have any problems with him. Maybe I'm missing something on that. Hold on. Let's do a poll. Make sure. Again, I can't watch everybody's stuff all the time, right? So, we'll do a poll and see what you guys think. Come on, poll. The fuck? There we go. All right. Start a poll. All right. Do you like Crowder? Let me see what you guys think. Again, I don't have any problems with Steven at all. Steve's posted some of my stuff on his channel before and was very respectful about it and said he watched my channel and liked my channel. So I don't know. I don't have anything negative to say about him. But I might be wrong. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm missing a story, guys. So again, I don't watch everybody's stuff all the time. So you guys will let me know. Chat will let me know if I'm missing something or not. All right, where were we at? Oh, here we go. The Bodyguard 2, starring Candace Owens and Tim Kennedy. Oh my God. Okay, that's a good joke. That's a good joke, Aqua, for those of us who are been around on the channel for a while. First Amendment is a weapon to oppose tyranny. Great point. Brian knew Sean wouldn't push back, just like several others that came on SRS and lied. Maybe fair. Harpool had no blood on him, and yet now he does. Interesting. Yeah. Kay Perry says, I've been voting for you not because you asked, but because you deserve it. Well, thank you, Carrie. Good luck. Congrats on 400,000. You will be at 1 mil in no time. Love you and trust you, and don't trust many. Keep being honest and calling it like it is. Kay Perry, thank you. That is very, very kind words. You know, guys, I'll tell you, let me tell you this. You know, it's crazy. When we have audience demographics, we have all these crazy different metrics we can look at on our YouTube channels on the backside of things. When I was doing strictly military related content, my male female demographic split was 96.5% male, 3.5% female. Since we've sort of transitioned into current events and politics and all the stuff we're doing now it's like 75% male, 25% female. And I got to tell you guys, having the female audience, the ladies are just 10 times nicer than you guys are. You guys always have the nicest things to say, and I appreciate it. I love having the female audience. You guys are just the nicest, sweetest, the nicest, sweetest like demographic ever, which is just, it's great, man. Every time all my lady fans in the chat are always so nice and so kind. And I love you guys. Glad to finally have a female following on the channel after, a couple years of not having them. So the ladies, we love the ladies on the channel, man. Thank you very much. All right. Watch Trigger Smart, Charlie's Live. I'm going to watch that. That's like the 5th one I've seen. I got it. He's got some good stuff. We've covered a few of his things on the channel before. Benny says, from where the gun was supposedly fired, the bullet would get there before the sound of the shot. This Benny, Benny brings up a good point here. Although from 140 yards with a supersonic round, I'd have to do the math on that. I don't think that's actually probably true. I think it's still probably snap like this because it's so close. But that's interesting. I'd have to break down the math a little bit further. When you're talking about the speed of sound moving around 1,100 feet per second, comparative to a 30-06 round moving at 2,500 feet per second from 140 yards. Again, I'd have to do all the math. But interesting point, actually. All right. I was in private security for years. That interview made me drink because why didn't a Navy SEAL speak up about security protocols? Charles, not just a Navy SEAL, but Sean was a CIA contractor. He did security for CIA operatives. You know what I mean? So, I mean, he knows more than probably even, I wouldn't say he knows more than me, but at least as much as I do regarding that. Bobby says, cancel the eyebrow hobbit. That's a good one. All right, Hakasuka. Nate, standing on business all the time. That's why I was staying with him no matter what. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, should we hit a hat here? Hit a hat? All right, let's hit a hat on the giveaways here for the 400K giveaways. Here we go. One of the new hats. Cue ball. Gonna write you down. All right, cue ball. You have won one of the new America First hats. You need to let me know that you won it. Okay. You got about 2 minutes before we send it to somebody else. All right, Nate. Stacy says, Nate's security team and all Candace followers with cameras capturing her and surroundings from every angle live. P.S. I will volunteer to capture Taylor Kavanaugh's every move for safety reasons. Yeah, well, Stacy, I think Taylor's married, unfortunately. Yeah, Taylor. Hey, even as a guy, I can say Taylor is a very nice looking man. He's got it figured out. definitely got it figured out. I think he's married though, unfortunately, for you, Stacy. I can't believe Gary from Paramount Tactical believes and even justifies Charlie's security team. Look, man. Again, you know, I don't know. I don't know why, because Gary's a smart guy, very smart on ballistics. Me and Gary agree on a lot. I'm not really sure, because again, he came out and said hey, oh look, we proved that this is the guy who treated Charlie, and then I said immediately after that, no, it wasn't, and I can fucking show you exactly why this isn't the case. So I don't know. I think he wants to give people the benefit of the doubt, whereas I'm not going to do that. But again, I talked to Gary offline quite a bit. I have nothing negative to say about Gary. Super smart dude. We just have very different perspectives on some of the things. We agree on a lot of the stuff as well, right? We both agree on the ballistics being bizarre, the 30-06 not making sense. We agree on a lot of that. So, again, I don't think Gary's a bad guy at all. All right. Tater says, keep on keeping on. Thank you. Shailene says the Sorensen building was the building behind Charlie, and the police did have a guy up there covering it. Now, that's an interesting one. I close that out. Shailene, that is an interesting one because you may be right. He may have requested the wrong building for that. What was the God, what's the name of what was the not Lori building? What was the name of the building Tyler Robinson was supposedly on? Not Lori. I'm close, right? Somebody in the chat's gonna hit me with it. Losi, not Lori. Losi Center. That's right. Good point. That's a good super chat. If I know, I'm going to go back and look at that, Shailene. If that's the case, then he's even more fucked up than I thought. I'll take a look at that. All right. Shanley says, thank you for going over the Brian H. interview. It's infuriating to watch and look, and the lack of pushback. I think a lot of people were upset about that. That's why I wanted to eventually get to it. Harpool started the interview by telling Sean how pro-Israel Charlie was. I know. It tells us everything we need to know at the beginning. Yeah, and he wasn't. He was at one point, and we all know that changed right before he was unfortunately killed. The fake McCoys, they love to lie. We know that. All right, Rich with the big $100 dono. Thank you, Rich. Appreciate it, brother. This says, hey, brother, I am not watching you live, so this is a little wait, but to hear you say you will help protect Candace brings me so much relief. Candace is a beacon of hope and truth. Fuck the satanic pedophiles. I'm no Green Beret, but I would volunteer any help you need. Yeah, again, I'm going to reach out to Candace. And if she, Candace doesn't need my help. Let's just be honest. But if she ever wanted it, I would be more than welcome to help. All right. I've offered my help before at no cost. So just because I appreciate what Candace is doing. All right. Jake Tav, $10. Thank you. All right. Mikey McCoy was directing. Oh, my God. AJ. This is a joke about how, Pastor McCoy said he was directing things. Well, all right. Dark says, tell it like it is. Thank you. All right. TPUSA. Joe says TPUSA was, I don't know, in on it. I'm just saying, God, I don't think so, man. There's so much bizarreness and so much corruption and sketchiness and the finances and everything we're finding out that who knows. All right. Ox says legend with a salute. Thank you, brother. God damn, how many super chats did you guys send? Oh my God, we have so many to get through. Ah! All right. Cue Ball never responded, by the way, guys. So we have to reset this. Christina Skaggs, 6202. All right, you got a couple minutes. Christina, let us know that you got this message. We're resetting. We got that one already. Paige says, appreciate the honesty after SR and Paramount. Disgusting. I haven't watched the Paramount one. You guys seem really pissed off about it, so I'm gonna have to watch it now. Can we get a good? Oh yeah, we can definitely get a Jocko good in the chat. Good. For those of you who don't know, I've got some Jocko skits out there. Not that I dislike Jocko. but he's fun to make fun of. All right. 2nd Battalion, 3rd Marine Division, 0311. Hell yeah, brother, dude. You guys, dude, 0311 Marines, those boys got a legacy in the GWAT, dude. Fallujah in Iraq. Oh my God. You got to give, we give all the credit in the world to the infantry and especially to the 0311 Marines, man. You guys, those are real fucking boys right there, man. For sure. Saw more fucking crazy combat than I ever did. And I saw some pretty good stuff for sure. All right. Nate, Candace's husband is 12/15. How convenient. Her husband has family flying in for a big gathering. Probably sure TP knew of family obligations. Interesting. Wouldn't be shocked. Congrats on 400K. Government's likely involved. Would not be shocked that they knew that. Interesting. All right, David, thank you. Johnny gifted 10 Valhalla VFT memberships. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you on that. All right. Mikey quoted, the tyrant dies and his rule is over. The martyr dies and his rules begins. What? He really quoted that? Oh, my God. At CK's memorial, odd choice for memorial. Who's the tyrant? I don't know. All right. Okay. We got Christina 1. Okay. So she sent me on Instagram. Good. All right. Let me write that down. All right. We got a winner. All right. We got a couple more we're going to do. All right. Let's reset. Here we go. We got a couple more to give away as we work our way through these super chats. All right. Two Truth says, I'm so sick of them twisting her legitimate questions into statements, accusations. It's so tarted and low IQ. I trust no one who takes this creepy Zionist attack shit seriously. COVID didn't wake this many people up, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing that, like, people are attacking Candace because she's what? Trying to do some independent investigation journalism. There's nothing wrong with what Candace is doing at all. So I agree with you on that. Jared from Subway looking, Blake Neff, toupee USA coward, little bald fucking weirdo. And again, I mean, I still have hair, but I can prove it. See? So I can still call him a bald weirdo, right? Even though I don't have the most hair. I'm going to get a hair transplant soon, guys. I'm thinking about doing it. I used to have fabulous hair. I used to have long, luscious blonde hair until I got old. So I'm thinking about doing it. I'm thinking about just getting a hair transplant so I can get back to having a nice, beautiful head of hair. It's not bad, but it's just not enough, you know? So what do we think? We'll do a poll on that. All right. Where's our poll here? Where's my results? I can't see my results in my do you like Crowder? Okay, do you like oh my God. The results of do you like Crowder are horrible. 19% yes. 81% said no, they don't like Crowder. Okay, well, I guess I need to do my due diligence and my research. That's overwhelmingly bad. Holy shit. Yikes, guys. Okay. All right. Here we go. We'll do one more. Let's end this one. Come on. There we go. In poll. That's rough for Crowder on that one, man. I got to look up what all his drama is, apparently. All right. Hold on. Let me keep moving. Yeah, my bad, guys. Really enjoying your content. Love the lives, by the way. My politics are somewhere between Abby Hoffman and Bobby Sands. Depends on which are required. Right down the middle. All right. The 15th is Georgia's CO's Hubby B Day. They have to know that. Wow. That's what he was just saying. They literally scheduled it on Candace's husband's birthday. Oh my God. Fucking scumbags, dude. I didn't know that, Diana. Now that makes sense. Wow. I sincerely think that this is JD's Team trying to pull a Trump Zelensky first ambush meeting style, but against Candace feels so similar. Yeah, that's why I don't want Candace to go do that by herself. All right, Ice Empress, who just won the flag, by the way. Thank you for being willing to protect Candace. I hope she takes you up on the offer. If she decides, I don't think she's going to go do it in person, by the way. But if she decided to, then I would highly suggest she doesn't go by herself, and she's got free security if she wants it. You know, record labels kill their artists all the time for insurance money. Once they start making less money, it's all business. They can't lose in return. Johnny gifted 20 Vol memberships. Jesus, man, thank you very much. Liz, Australia Nana. With you since directly after the unspeakable horrors we witnessed happen to dear Charlie. He was so loved by my grandsons. You have been unrelenting and relentless in your work. God bless. Thank you. Thank you, Nana. I appreciate it. All right, Madeline says, do a show with you, Candace, and Ian's. That would be awesome. Look, me and Ian are homies, so all it would take is Candace to be brought into the fray, and we could set that up whenever, because Ian's my boy. So we just got to get Candace on board for that one. All right, turn the heat on Erica. For Erica that ran yeah. So there's a lot to that. I haven't dug into that, Raymond, but it is an interesting thing to look into. Pretty telling about a man when he's more concerned about berating a woman and losing the midterms. Oh, I didn't give my opinion on this, okay, because I was just talking a bunch of shit. Is about finding out more than death of a good man. Let me be very, very clear about why I don't give a fuck if Republicans lose the midterms. In fact, I want Republicans to lose the midterms. Why? Because Republicans have complete control of the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court, and the presidency, and they have done absolutely fucking nothing to improve the lives of everyday Americans. So I want Republicans to lose as a referendum on, hey, if you get power and you do jack shit other than cut fucking taxes for billionaires, fuck you, give the party to the other side, and you all lose your goddamn jobs, and maybe that will teach you that you actually have to do something for America. Period. I don't give a fuck about the Republican Party. Fuck the Republican Party, dude. Hey, Tim, fuck the Republican Party. How about instead of, we have to join together to make sure Republicans win, how about Republicans fucking do something for the American people, and then we'll vote for them? How about that? Fuck the Republican Party, bro. And I'm not a Democrat. I'm not voting for Democrats, but I don't give a shit. You haven't done jack shit to earn my vote. Period. So do something to fucking earn our vote, Republicans. Otherwise, go fuck yourselves. Enjoy not being in Congress anymore in the midterms. You think I give a fuck about House and senators? They can't pass anything anyway. Donald Trump is already a lame duck president with complete control of the goddamn government. Republicans, look at the Epstein files. Republicans voted with Democrats to fuck him over. So he's already a lame duck. What difference is it going to make if we give the Democrats the House and Senate? Nothing. Nothing will change other than then they'll just impeach him 18 times before 2028. So, yeah, do something for us. Otherwise, fuck off, Republicans. That's my take. Anyway, sorry. Like, well, we have to band together to get Republicans in office. No, I don't fucking have to band together with shit. Period. Let fucking 300 Democrats win the midterms, dude. It changes nothing for me. Maybe that'll be a little learning experience, right? I think it's more important because going into 2028, that'll be a reality check of like, oh, hey, we can't actually just do all Israel first shit all day long. We have to actually maybe do something to help the American people if we want to win the presidency. But anyway. All right, let's choose a winner for the second hat as we're ranting. Here we go. Tater Tot. That's a good name. Tater Tot, let us know if you won in the chat for the second hat. Wife just texted me. She's out of town, but she's still working. Yeah, you won. Tater, you won. You got to message me on Instagram. You won one of the new hats. Message me with your full name, full name, address, and that you won a hat. Okay? Got it? Good. All right. Here we go. We'll keep it moving. More giveaways. All right. Still working on those new America First hats. Let's keep it moving. All right, we got that one already. All right, Cadman says, right or wrong, I don't care. If I don't have friends like Candace Owens as friends with Charlie Kirk, I don't want them. You know what? This is a great comment, guys. Because if I were to be assassinated, I would want a friend like Candace. I would. I would want a friend that is going to turn over heaven and fucking earth to try to figure out the truth about what happened to me. Even if it pissed off my family, my friends. That's a good friend right there. That's a good comment. All right. Forgotten says, Timmy was paid by Israel. Yeah, I know. He's a 7K club guy. We get it. Which now hates Candace, so he has to be against Candace. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Tim's definitely 7K club. Tim P needs his mouth washed out with soap. All right, Phoenix says, thank you so much for protecting women. I've never donated to a YouTube creator before, but now I am because of how much this means to me. Phoenix, I appreciate it. And that's what we will always do on this channel. I've gotten in a lot of hot water exposing people in my own community for being pieces of shit that beat women. And I don't care. That's kind of like where a stand on business thing for me, for sure, is protecting women and children. That's my hard red line in the sand for sure. All right. Thara says, thank you for having Candace Owens back. Yep, of course. Not says, is there a robot version of the stick man in the movie LP Man? One that throws punches and kicks or practicing blocks alone? I don't know. Blindly says, I wish my invisible boyfriend protect me the way Nate protects all women in truth. Great, my guy. You got it, man. You know what? You guys want me to tell you a little story about how I was raised? Two stories about how I got to where I was with why I'm so... luckily, I was raised by... My parents are still married. My parents have been married for almost 50 years. My father is also a Green Beret, which is a Vietnam-era Green Beret. Absolute fucking savage. But also a fantastic, amazing man. My dad is really where this was drilled into me so young about... One, never ever, not only never ever putting your hands on women, but always protecting women at all costs, even to your own detriment, no matter what. And so, two different stories. So when I was in, I want to say, let's say late middle school, maybe. I have an older sister. My sister was 3 years older than me. She was she was a junior in high school when I was in 8th grade, maybe at the time. My parents went away on some type of vacation. And my sister, I don't remember the exact story at the time. But my sister, she was like going through a breakup or had this boyfriend in high school. And I was giving her a hard time about it. It was me. I had my best friend over, her friend. My parents were out of town. And I was making fun of her because I was a shithead little eighth grader, at the time. And my sister freaked out and started wailing on me, like fucking punching me, all this different stuff. And I remember I grabbed her by the arms and I held her down on the bed. And that's all I did. I just stopped her from fucking punching me a bunch of times. And I figured I'm in the right. You know what I mean? Like my sister freaked out, like she's emotional. She's punching me in the face. Didn't hit her back. I just held her down. And my dad got home with my mom and found out about what happened. And I figured like, yeah, dad's like, I'm going to be a good one. Sister was punching me in the face, right? That's not how it went because I didn't realize at the time that the fact that I had grabbed my sister and threw her down on the bed and held her there, that was putting your hands on a woman. And I got the shit beat out of me, like a grown man shit beat out of me. And my dad's as big as me, by the way. If you don't know about Nate's a gigantic boy. And my dad whooped the fuck out of me for that. for just putting my hands on my sister at all, even to defend myself, by the way. That was a reality check. Then second, I was in high school. I think it was maybe 17 at the time. And this is where we're coming in about berating another woman verbally. I was in my car with my mom, and I don't remember exactly what happened, but she said something that like pissed me off, and I called my mom. And my mom, for those of you who don't know my mom is like, we call her the Queen of Nice. She's literally the nicest fucking woman in the world. Like, just think about the nicest grandma you could ever think of. That's my mom. Never said a negative, mean thing, not a mean bone in her body. She said something that made me mad, and I called my mom a bitch. I think it was 17. I think it might have been 18, 17. I was maybe a senior in high school. Called my mom a bitch. That went really bad for me. So we got home. I called my mom a bitch in the car. She actually slapped me in the face, which is kind of raw for my mom at the time. And I was like, whatever, right? I got out. I went up. I didn't do anything back, right? Because it's my mom. I love my mom. But just called her a bitch, right? Which first and last time that ever happened. Went up. I'm in my room, second floor, 2-story house. I'm sitting on my computer. My dad gets home. And I hear him talking downstairs, and I'm like, whatever. And I think I'm a tough guy at this time, right? Because I'm in high school. I'm like 17, 18 years old. I'm about 6'2" at the time, 170 pounds. My dad's probably 6'3", 250 pounds at the time. And I hear Dad walking up the stairs, and he gets to the top of the stairs, and he goes, I just look over. I'm sitting in my chair, and he goes, hey, come here. I'm like, all right, whatever. So I get up, I stand up, and he goes, I heard you called your mom a bitch. And I go, yeah, well. And when I said that, he grabbed me underneath the arm like a child, right? Picked me up off my legs and threw me. I'm not kidding. Threw me face first down the stairs, all the way tumbling down the stairs, smacked into the wall. And that was just literally bulldozed me, threw me down the stairs, face first, smashed my face into the wall. And that was the last time I ever used a curse word against any woman ever at that time. So anyway, to my point, yeah, I was raised that you don't put your hands on a woman, even if to defend yourself, and you do not verbally berate a woman under any circumstance, regardless of what they've done to you. So luckily I had a dad like that. Hopefully y'all had dads like that, to where, yeah, you learn fast. You learn fast, Jack, when you get thrown down the stairs face first. My dad was fucking scary man. Not in a bad way, just physically imposing. And good man, obviously. So anyway, a little bit of a side there, but those are the lessons I learned early. And so that's the way I look at the world now. All right, so let's keep moving. Did we do a winner yet? Okay, not yet. Let's keep hitting these. All right. Turning Point USA. What a darn shame. Turned pathetic USA. Yeah. Struggling. All right. Buff Like Jesus. What's up, brother? Says happy birthday to my daughter, Sophia. She turned 1 today. Hell yeah. Doesn't have a Munchkin cat yet, but we're going to make it happen. Congrats on 40K. Buff Like Jesus, let me tell you this. I'm going to tell you this beforehand. Before you buy a Munchkin cat, I need you to understand. I want you to look up how expensive Munchkin cats are, because Munchkin was no joke to buy. Okay. Munchkin cats are not cheap. We're looking at buying another Munchie, but yeah, you better be willing to, it's like buying a used car. That's about how expensive Munchkins are. They're worth it because they're the best cats ever, but they're not cheap. All right. Turning Point serve Israel today. Yep. Correct. All right. Raymond says issue is people listen to words like revival and God, meaning people need to stop following blindly after TPUSA. Good point. Vicky says, haha, that's why nobody likes them. You are the simple best. Congrats. Thank you, Vicky. All right. David says a small, tiny narco boat of 4 people. Really that much narcotics, huh? Yeah, I don't. Not only that, but like, guys, we're talking about Venezuela. You guys know, like, trying to drive an outboard motored dinghy boat from Venezuela to America would take like 20 refuels at 4 fucking miles to the gallon. We do know that like those boats, none of those boats can get to the United States. Like we're all like aware of that, right? Like none of those boats can get to the United States even if they wanted to. But hey, we're just bombing them regardless. Fuck it. All right, let's let's hit one of the giveaways here. All right, this is another hat. We're gonna go here. Ogreich. That's pretty German. Let us know if you got that. Ogreich. Ogreich. All right. Let's keep moving. All right, Adam, what's up, brother? You said you rock, Nate. Thanks for all the awesome content and live streams. I'm a dirty lib, albeit a big 2A supporter, and I still love VFT. Hey, man, you know what I mean? If you're a dirty lib and you're a 2A supporter, chances are you're just a, like, moderate American. That would be my guess. You probably just love the country and you love the Constitution, and whether you're right or left, you know what I mean? You're probably pretty close, like the rest of us. 80% of us are all sort of in the same window of very similar beliefs. It's kind of like 10% on the right and left that are way outside of that. All right, Driving Sue says, if you're boarding a plane to Phoenix and you smell fresh paint, make a run for it. Yeah. Raymond says only mistresses wear leather pants and see-through dresses. Now we know from Eric. Yeah, the outfits are another thing that's like, dude, I'm not going to get in. I was going to say, if my wife is in a see-through fucking sequin black leather gown on a podcast 2 months after I got shot in the face, I already told all my friends, right? They have permission to handle business if she's doing shit like that. That's just a no-go. All right, TPUSA, because Talmud patrols USA. Jesus. Thank you, Vivin. All right. Thank you, Shug. Glad to see you're finally seeing through our eyes. You've defended her blindly and you're forgiven. I have defended her nonstop. And it is what it is, man. It's too weird. I've completed my mission, Erica Kirk. Yeah, that's bizarre. All right, Agent, thank you. Melissa says, Nate, did you see where she was in a country music video with Tyler Boyer a long time ago and attended a Trump rally, one of his first? Yeah, the weird country music video where she zip lines past Vegas and it says 9/10, which is the exact day that Charlie was killed. Pretty weird, just like the Snake Eyes movie. All right, sorry, Ogreich. 2 minutes passed, no response. That's a reroll. This one's looking a little rough too. All right. I can't even say that. We'll see. All right. High five to Nate's wife. What a score. Thanks for standing up for the ladies, Nate. Well, guys, I married outside my league. My wife is, everybody knows that's seen my wife. My wife is, yeah, Nate married up for sure. No doubt about that. All right. Truth prevails. Erica's grieving tour is worse than Hillary's. I lost the election tour. Hillary's not done with her. I lost the election tour. If you didn't see, she's still on it today. Also, no one wants Erica's unofficial boyfriend in 2028. Massey 2028. That would be an interesting one. I don't think Massey's going to run for president, but it's interesting. All right. PR Baker 3 says, Candace Owens said today that Charlie Kirk's show dropped to 94 on Spotify. Used to be in the top 10, if not number 1. Why the F is it called the Charlie Kirk Show? Grifters. Exactly. You know what? I've said this over and over and over again. Get the fuck off his YouTube channel. You killed his YouTube channel. I don't think they're in the top. I don't think they're even in 94. Like if you were talking about like 10,000 views a video, that's nothing. Like my secondary YouTube channel would do 50 to 100,000 views a video. That's my backup YouTube channel. So they're struggling. All right. David says this is more of a sham than Kamala Harris's greens in the bathtub. Kamala's on the tour too now. P says congrats on 400K. Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate you. All right. The Vin says Katie Pacenti lost her ostriches and showed actual empathy, emotion, and loss. Erica, a grift. I haven't seen any real emotion out of Erica yet, which is another one that's bizarre, I think. Tiff, thank you. Agent, thank you. Wayne says, what she mean? You look towards government, you for relat? Have you been drinking? Do you know Lieutenant Colonel Tony Aguilar? Can you bring him on? Yes, I've been very, very critical of him because of his story. So it's kind of a long one to describe. I agree with Tony's stance on Gaza. However, what I do know about Tony is the story about him getting fired from what he was doing in Gaza. And Tony watched supposedly all of these horrific things that the IDF did, got fired, and then begged for his job back after supposedly witnessing these things. That I'm not a big fan of. So maybe I need to just talk to Tony, because he is a fellow Green Beret. Maybe I just need to talk to him in person. Maybe he'd be a good one to have on the show, and he could clear that up for me. Maybe that's maybe I've been given bad information on that. But he's more than welcome to have on the channel. You guys know, like, I have no problem having anybody. Is my wife in the chat? Is she? Miss Valhalla VFT, if she's in the chat. She could be. I don't know. She's out of town right now. But yeah, I'd have Tony on. I've been super critical of him in the past. But again, I don't know how accurate some of the stuff that came out about him was. But yeah, I've got no problem having him on. If you want to send him my way, he's more than welcome to come on. Any Green Beret, any fellow Green Beret is always welcome on the channel for me. Even Tim Kennedy, I've always extended the open invitation to. All right. Okay, I figured with the reroll. Yep. All right, all right, we're gonna get one eventually. Here we go. Here comes a reroll. I'm gonna get it. Like, these names are not. Oh, just immediate. FVT. Fuck Valhalla. All right, Riddick, I'm gonna need you to actually post again because I know you were spamming that you got that. Okay, and then you're gonna be a winner. All right, so let me see. Make sure you post again here. All right. Mitchell says, love the channel. First time I've stayed and not gone over to Ian's. Oh, is Ian still? Yeah, we're going to send everybody to our Ian's here soon. So let's look at what the male model could have done. This shout out Zoolander. Oh, they're all suspicious. Yeah. All right. The America First moniker has a negative historical and contemporary connotation in regards to religious Satanism and racism. So why adopt it? Why adopt America First policy? For real? Just because in the past, American nationalism may have looked something different? What are you fucking talking about, dude? Hell yeah, brother. Okay, hey, message me on Instagram. Okay, you've won a hat. Give me your full name, your address, and we'll get that hat to you. All right, that's the last giveaway we're gonna do, and then we're gonna hit the last of these super chats, and we're gonna head on over to Ian's. But again, yeah, I don't give a fuck what America First meant 100 years ago. America First now means America First policies, period, because I'm tired of giving fucking billions of dollars to every goddamn foreign country in the world except for America. I don't give a shit if that means something negative to you personally. America First, bitch, period. If you don't like it, too bad. Sorry, I'm not trying to be rude, but whatever. I don't give a fuck what it said 100 years ago. All right. AJ says, hey, fellow vet here and recently found your show after the shooting. Congrats on 400K. Hope to be a long-time listener. Appreciate it, AJ. Thank you. All right. Debbie says, here late, touch and go at that. We'll get the whole show later, but for all I've been here, top show tonight. Nate, thanks. Appreciate it. Or VFT, give it to someone else. Love your show. Thank you. After what? I feel like this is but in Botswana. I don't know about this, but I probably should look that up. All right, Agent, thank you. All right, Moo Daddy says, Erica Kirk is so authentic. I fully expect to see her star on her own reality TV show in the near future. Hey, if you didn't know, she's already been on multiple reality TV shows, including dating shows like, what was it, Paradise Island that she was on? So wouldn't be shocking. Seems like they want Erica and JD Vance together. Kind of looks that way. Tucker got Blake Job on TPUSA after he got fired from Tucker's show? Really? Now Blake drops Erica's name 2 times knowing he would think she's sus. Interesting. You're one of the two. AJ, I appreciate you always being here, brother. You're one of the two live streams I watched to the end. Congratulations on 400K, Nate. Thank you. Thanks for always showing up to the lives, brother. America, fuck yeah. You as well, American citizen. A lot of regulars here. All right, TB Brooks says Erica's lack of care for the kids makes me think she didn't carry them. I can't find pictures of her pregnant. Just a thought. You know, that's true. There are no pictures of her pregnant, which I think is the most bizarre shit in the world for a young couple. And I'm just going to leave it at that. To your point, it's fucking weird. Super weird. Because that's not a thing anybody of like from my wife to anybody else's wives that I know that doesn't have any pictures of them pregnant with their kids. Very weird. Thank you, honey. All right, Jeff says they put Charlie's security team to Trump soon enough. Nothing is right about that. Tucker got Blake job. Yeah. TPUSA dislike Traeger awake yet? We just got that one. When you and wifey come to Australia, I'm on acreage and we'll show you some backroad country. Well, I don't know when she's coming, but I mean, I've been there before, obviously, for work. Darwin, Catherine, where else was I? Sydney, Northern Territories, bunch of different places. I love Australia, man. My favorite country to work with, my favorite ally, my favorite partner. It's not even close. If we didn't have the flag. Oh, there's the Australian flag right there. Boop. There it is. We love Australia here. Paramount Tactical dished on Candace yesterday. That's too bad. Shame to hear that Gary's going down that road. That's too bad. Amanda, has anyone found out those Egyptian planes were following Erica for a year? Ian has done a bunch of content on that, Amanda, which we are going to, if he's still alive. Is Ian still alive? He usually does pretty long shows. Let's see. We're about to head over there. Ian done? Ian's done. we went past Ian. All right, well, never mind. I guess we're not going to Ian's. He did a pretty short show tonight. Well, there it is, guys. We went too long. This one took a long time, 4.5 hours. I knew this one was going to be a long one, just based off of how much information we had to get through. So I appreciate you guys staying with me for so long. All right, we're almost there. Holy shit, just watched Harpool on Paramount Tactile just now, and he is sweating bullets like Megadeth. I got to watch this. This is like the 10th comment I've gotten on that. Maybe we'll react to it. They set the date on Candace's husband's birthday. We saw that. Thank you, JD. Brother, you already started the show out with a big 200 dono. That's crazy, man. You don't got to do this stuff, man. I appreciate you, though. Super generous. Guys, if you didn't know, Mr. Bruce Lee started, before he even went live, he dropped a $200 dono. It's got to bounce. Great show tonight. Congrats on the 440K. Well, we're not there yet. We're at 400. Do me a favor. I'm late for a meeting in Valhalla, so could you take the watch? Yeah, me and Cash Patel, bro. Me and Cash Patel got the watch, dude. We'll take it up together for you, bro. So I'll wait for you there, brother. I appreciate it, man. That's super generous of you tonight. 2 big donos. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it. And yeah, again, me and Cash Patel, we got the watch, brother. We'll see you in Valhalla, brother. Me and Cash. But guys, I got another episode coming on Cash because he's done some even fucking dumber shit in the last 2 days. I know this guy. I'll tell you though, Cash Patel is a gold mine for content. He literally is. I will tell you this. I installed a bunch of fucking high-level VPNs on my computers because I'm like, at some point, the FBI is going to try to like download some fucking crazy shit on my computer and a manifesto and try to kill me because I'm coming for him so hard. So I'm like trying to make sure if Nate all of a sudden gets arrested for some crazy shit, then we all know what happened. So I'm expecting all of you guys to come out and protect me. But we know I've been very, very, very critical of the director of the FBI over the last couple months. So, all right, Raymond says, let me bounce a full transgender and be a female viewer for the channel so I can get one of the good ones. April says, I lost my husband 1.5 years ago suddenly. I'm sorry to hear that. Still don't feel safe here at home because he was my protector and I still couldn't do a podcast talking about it. This is a great point. I'm sorry, April. I'm sorry to hear that. That's absolutely tragic. To your point, this is like every woman that I know that lost their husband. It's just most women aren't even functional the first couple of months that really did love their husbands, let alone on an insane podcast tour, right? So prayers for you and your family. And I'm sorry to hear about that, but great point that you're making there. All right. Dominic says, congratulations on the channel success. From an Aussie again. Great content. Thank you. Thank you, Gurish with the mayo. Mad World says, please watch the Crowder Fuentes interview. I've watched the entire thing. Fuentes spit in his base's face. Ian covered it. Someone got to Nick. It's insane. What do you mean Fuentes spit in his base's face? On what? I thought Nick did fine on that. What did Nick do to spit in his own base's face? He's a controlled op? Why? Seems like he flopped. What do you mean? Because he just said he wasn't anti-Semitic? I don't know. Seemed fine to me. He's going mainstream. Like this is what people don't understand. Like, you want him to still be like Gypsy Crusader based and like say crazy racist shit nonstop. Like, he's not going to do that. He's going mainstream. That's his goal. Which, yeah, if he wants to go mainstream and he wants to have a YouTube channel, he has to tone down his content. I don't know why you guys are surprised by that. Like, that's completely normal. They're not going to let him fucking be mainstream if he keeps saying the craziest shit ever. Again, there's a balance to it, right? You can be based, you can be Gypsy Crusader based, and you can never be on any platform, or you can migrate your way into the mainstream. Okay, so it is what it is. He says he believes in cash. If he said that, that's fucking retarded. Yeah. Okay. We'll check the email. Hold on. I'm trying to see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm and again, look, there's a lot of things I disagree with Nick on. A lot. But let's give some perspective here. Do I agree more with Nick Fuentes or Mark Levine? Do I agree more with Nick Fuentes or Ben Shapiro? Like, I don't agree with everything Candace says. I don't agree with everything Nick says. I don't agree with everything Ian says. I actually agree with most of what Ian says, but I don't agree with everything everybody says, man. So he sold out. He sold out what? Because he doesn't want to be banned around the fucking world on every platform ever. Kid wants a real life and he wants to be part of the mainstream, just like I am. I'm part of the mainstream, right? So, don't beat him up too much because he's trying to tone down his rhetoric. Whatever, who cares? If he keeps dropping in-bombs and saying crazy shit, then he's never going to be part of the mainstream. Just something to think about. He's very, very important to the conservative movement because he controls the Gen Z conservative demographic. That's what you guys need to understand. So you can get butthurt and get pissed off, and then what? You're going to push the entire Gen Z demographic to the right, or like outside of the movement. We don't want to do that. Okay. He's important. We don't have to agree with everything he says, but he's an important part of the move of the conservative movement for sure. Is what it is. You know what I mean? Anyway, keep moving. AJ says the difference in time it takes for the sound to reach the target and bullet 2,500 feet per second to reach the target. 140 yards reach is the target is 0.205 seconds. Snap timing indeed. Yeah, is it? The math I did came out at 0.16 seconds. 2,500 feet per second for 140 yards. I mean, that's pretty close. But yeah, that's not the difference between 0.1 seconds and 0.2 seconds is nothing. And to your point, 0.2 seconds is nothing. So you wouldn't be able to hear that at all. So we're in agreement on that. Butch says, I thought the Democrat Party was falling apart fast. Republican Party said, hold my beer. Here's the thing. Democrat Party is falling apart. They're rudderless. They have no leadership. Gavin Newsom right now is their best hope, or AOC. Both parties are garbage and have, like, once Trump is gone, the 2028 is going to be wild because there is going to be no real no real front runner leader of either party. And both primaries are going to be going. 2027 is going to be wild, guys. It's going to be fun politically to see what happens. All right. Shailene says, I'd put money on the text about the Sorensen building being purposely used to be misleading, hoping no one would catch it. Well, you caught it, and then I'm going to I wrote it down. I'm going to look back into that, Shailene, because I thought that was super interesting catch from you. John says, Gary from Paramount had a female guest yesterday, and they were both ripping on Candace. Gary said he didn't know why she was unable to go unchecked. I commented that he was a sellout and left. What do you mean unchecked? I don't know what he means, like unchecked. I don't know. Again, I like Gary, but if he's bitching about Candace, then that's unfortunate. And if he's doing softball fucking interviews with TPUSA, then that's where we're at this point. You know, I'm not going to defend that. People make their own decisions. It is what it is. All right, Stefan says the irony of his entire security team has plenty of blood on their hands, except they don't. To your point, they do, but they don't. Metaphorically, they do, but objectively, they don't. Funny how that works. All right, Taking Notes says GOP isn't a political party. It's a rolling billionaire coup hanging out of the coattails of the PDF file, as well as the Democrat Party, both sides. Moderate right, moderate left. They are all a bunch of controlled by our greatest ally, PDFs. Isn't it interesting? Both sides. All right. Alex says, congrats on 400K already. They grow up so fast. Thank you very much, man. Jason says, Uncle AJ. Oh, Uncle Alex. Yeah, Uncle Alex, Alex Jones. I love to call him Uncle Alex. He's the epitome of an uncle, right? You're like crazy racist uncle that shows up to Christmas. Not that Alex Jones is racist. I'm just saying, like the crazy uncle. Uncle Alex and Crowder saved my life with Peter McCullough knowledge, but Crowder hasn't acknowledged the 1,000 questions from Charlie's murder. Yeah, actually, Crowder, Stephen actually used some of my content and said I was being a conspiracy theorist by saying that Tyler Robinson didn't leave the roof with a gun. That was back when it first happened. But I'll give Crowder credit. He said, I watch Nate's content and I like his stuff, and I think he's honest. So he said a bunch of nice things about me before he called me a conspiracy theorist. So, at least he was, at least he said at least he was nice and said he liked my content before he called me a conspiracy theorist, I guess. Maybe I'm being a little biased since he said nice things about me. All right. Harples on PT said on Paramount Tactical said roof above tent had rock threat, so it was yellow taped off. Flashpoints are used in theater productions, have similar DB as a 30-06, probably placed there as a distraction for close-up shot. I'll have to look at that. I got to watch this interview now. It's like the 15th comment we got on it. Erica Kirk has an interview with Barry Weiss. Oh my God, no way. No way, dude. Barry Weiss. Oh, this fucking lady, dude. She's the epitome of what's fucking wrong with the media. And now, of course, she's going to do a goddamn fucking sit down with Barry Weiss, dude. Fuck. God, dude. All right. Payne says Erica is still employing Harpool. I know, dude. I know. This is what drives me crazy. Wrap your head around that. I've fired vendors for much less than the negligence leading my spouse's death. Can you or anyone in chat make this sense? No, I've talked about this before. I would have fired that entire fucking security company within hours. Within hours. Hours. The fact that they're still using that entire security company tells me a lot. All right, Ronald says, thank you. Appreciate it. Massey that's an interesting ticket. Could you imagine a split Republican-Democrat America First ticket? I'd probably vote for that. Honestly, I probably would 100% vote for that compared to Vance or fucking Newsom. All right. Liberty Bell says Massey is a true patriot. Your dad taught you well. Thank you for standing up for Candace. Congrats on 400K. Thank you. I do think Massey is a patriot. I think he's more libertarian than I definitely am, but shit, he's got a perfect Liberty score almost, and $0 from AIPAC. You can't ask for much more than what Massey's given us, guys. But I do like the idea of a Massey Kana ticket. a split Republican Democrat ticket with America First. I like that ticket. I actually really like that ticket. I'm not gonna lie. Fuck, dude. Let's get that trending. Could you imagine a split Democrat or a split Republican Democrat, America First, America First? That would be a banging ticket right there. You get crossover from both sides. You get the populist left and the populist right. That's a pretty interesting ticket. All right, Crowder's a PS. Buff like Jesus says Crowder's a PS. You guys hate Crowder, dude. I guess I can't like Crowder anymore because my community has let me know they don't like Crowder. So sorry, Steve. I liked you, but now I can't anymore because everybody's let me know that you suck. All right, Crowder's a POS. He's unhinged, crashed out on his 8-month pregnant wife, harder than Tim Pool. See, I didn't know any of this. Harder than Tim Pool, crashed on a countess, super toxic to employees. And shit, Munchkin cats are worth every penny. That's true. I didn't know any of that. So there you go. I'll have to look into that. And I will. All right. Is this the WMD phase before the invasion for oil in Venezuela? Probably. Yeah, they're just calling, instead of potential weapons of mass destruction, it's narco terrorism, right? All right. Namlo says, brother, please have a look in the book, New Lies for Old. Okay. I do like good book suggestions. New Lies for Old. Okay. Thank you for that suggestion. Nate used VPN and Tor. Okay. VPN for sure. I'll have to look into Tor. Ozzy. All right. Appreciate it. There are sheep wolves and sheep dogs. Real men are sheep dogs. That's what the Green Beret is supposed to be, man. You guys know the motto of the Green Beret, de oppresso liber, which means to free the oppressed. And that's sort of the same type of motto that we live by. And by that, it's not just the oppressed of oppressed people in foreign country. That also means people that can't protect themselves, women, children, things like that. So it's the Green Beret motto as well. All right. Newsom is Getty money groomed from youth. Yeah, I know. Newsom's scary. Won the bulletproof underwear. Okay. Payne says TP gives off mad Vatican vibes with palace intrigue, secrecy, and closeted feyness. Bunch of bitchy eunuchs. Neither Mikey nor Neff move towards their dying friend. No security drew guns. All sus. Can't disagree with any of that, to be honest. All right, Driving says email politicians not voting APAC servants. Correct. Is Gary... God, you guys are just hammering Gary tonight. Is Gary from Paramount Tactical on the ISR 7K Club? He seems to be an anti-Candace tangent lately. Dedicated a while. Recent vid, nothing how CO has no receipts. I don't know. He's feeling very Matt Tardio lately when it comes to Green Beret. That's just anti-all America first creators, which is bizarre to me. But maybe I don't know enough about him. But I've talked to Gary a lot. I like Gary as a person. I'm a little shocked to hear about the things he's been saying lately, but maybe we all sort of, I guess I don't know. We all sort of decide what our sides are going to be and where our morality is going to lie. And to me, it's obvious. This is not hard decisions to make. If I'm going to decide between the sides, right? The sides are basically the sides of the America First side, which I see as, Candace Owens, Ian Carroll, me, Nick Fuentes. There's a bunch of other people that are sort of more concerned with, and we all disagree on a lot of things, to be honest, policy wise, on how to implement this, but we're concerned with the truth, with putting America first, the American people first, American middle class people first, lower class, not the technocrats or the billionaires, the Silicon Valley elites. There's that demographic, and then there's the sort of make Israel great again demographic of the Tatums and, That's the Levines and the Lindsey Grahams and the Randy Fines. And if you have to choose between those two sides, it seems like a really fucking easy choice to me. Like, you want to be on the side of Miss Rachel or Randy Fine? I don't know, guys. It seems like a really fucking easy choice. Baron Coleman, that's another good one too. It's just super for me. It's super easy. Cam Higbee is like somebody said. What about Cam Higbee? Cam Higbee is like one of the most hardcore 7K club, like pro-Israel shills you're ever gonna fucking find on the internet, dude. That dude is bought and fucking paid for, big time. I don't have any problems with him personally. I'm just saying. If you have to politically or ideologically find yourself in a group as we move forward, are you going to be on the side of Ben Shapiro or Candace Owens? Are you going to be on the side of Talmud Tatum or Ian Carroll? Are you going to be on the side of Nate or Matt Tardio? Like, these are choices you can make from an ideological standpoint. Not that I have any problems with them. I don't have any problem with Matt at all. Right? We're friends. But from a ideological standpoint, as a conservative, it's not like a very hard choice for me personally. And like, I didn't have to like go through some huge moral dilemma within myself to figure out which side I would be on. To me, it's just kind of like, hey, one side really cares about truth and America and, the American people. The other side seems to really care about, foreign countries. So, seems pretty easy. And to my point, even with like Nick Fuentes, I don't agree with a shit ton of what Nick says. I'll listen to Nick and just be like, fuck. And I'm not talking about like the racist rants or anything like that. On his foreign policy, right? When he'll talk about Venezuela or different things, I'll be like, God, he just doesn't get it. But there's also 60% of what he'll talk about that is super hardcore America first, where I'll say, okay, that's good. Comparatively to the other side, and this is why I'm also a fan of Anna Kasparian. I like Cenk Uygur. I'll listen to the Young Turks. I don't agree with a lot of what they say, but I'll listen to Anna and be like, fuck yeah, Anna. Anna's crushing it on the America First. I don't really care that she's on the left. See what I'm saying? I don't dislike Cenk, man. I disagree with a lot of what Cenk has to say. But he says a lot of shit that I'm like, God, yeah, America first. Anna's just crushing it, just regardless, dude. I don't know. Anna is just, every time I watch Anna, I'm just like, oh yeah. Again, I've been working on getting Anna on the channel more than anybody. I want to interview Anna. Anna, God, if you see this, come on. I've got a big channel. We're working on it. I think she's great, dude. She's fucking fearless. She doesn't give a shit. So again, to my point, cringe? You think Anna's cringe? Look at this douche. If you're saying Anna's cringe, you like dudes, bro. You like dudes sexually. Like, you want to fuck guys. You're a gay guy that fucks guys. So there you go. That's what I say about anybody that doesn't like Anna. All right, let's keep moving. All right. Joe says, thank you, brother, for everything you do in your service. Can't say enough how much you're appreciated. God bless you and the family. Thank you. As for Tim saying Republicans need to join together to win the midterms, we did that to get Trump in office. And how is that working out? Yes. Great point. MAGA rallied. And we got fucking nothing for it. Nothing for it. And so, yeah, to your point, Why would we? What do we owe? This is my thing. For Tim's point, we got to rally together to help the Republicans. What do we owe the Republicans? And I'm talking two Republicans, two conservatives. Obviously, the Democrats watching are like, yeah, fuck the Republicans. But to the independents, to the conservatives here, what the fuck do we owe the Republicans in power? We don't owe them anything. We gave them our vote, and they did fuck all with it. So, no, we don't owe you shit, dude. Let it be a learning experience. Lose your jobs. And that's what's going to happen. These people are going to lose their fucking jobs. That's the truth. And they deserve to lose their fucking jobs. That's how politics should work. We elect you. You don't do what you promised to do. You're fucking fired. Both sides. Democrats, and it happened to Democrats. Okay? They elected Joe Biden. He did fucking nothing. He did nothing that he said he was going to do for Democrats. And so what happened? Landslided the other way. So same thing happens. Republicans got power. They did nothing. Now you lose your job. And maybe eventually at some point we get some politicians who realize we have to do what we promised to do or we're not going to have a job. So it doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like either side, Republicans or Democrats, are ever going to get that. But we'll have to see. Yeah, well, that's somebody. Yeah, this is what we get every time. Left side, right side, it's all the same fucking Jewish turkey. You know what I'm saying? All right. Judah says, watch Baron Coleman reel the roof issue. He shows that Brian is lying, that the police chief did exactly as he was asked. It was said all about the roof, just about. Oh, that's even worse, dude. If Barron's show that the police chief did cover the roof, ooh, that's not good. Payne says Ellison paid Barry Weiss. God, I know Ellison, as in David Ellison, right? Not Larry. Well, I don't know. It's fucking all Larry's money at the end of the day. Larry Ellison or David Ellison, whichever one it was. I think it was David, though. Paid Barry Weiss $150 million for her tiny blog and put her in as head of CBS News. Think about how he and BB have secretly paid Erica McCoy's boys, Neffy, boy, or Hegseth, bitch boy. Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. Barry Weiss was an irrelevant podcaster who was doing like 3,000 views a video, who got paid $150 million for a blog that basically does nothing. So that she could come and try to push the Overton window back in to where we're not allowed to talk about any of the things we're talking about anymore. That's the truth. All right, we got a couple more. We're almost at 5 hours. My God. You guys crushed me tonight. I love you. It's been a great show, but my God. I still haven't eaten dinner yet. I had one breadstick. One pizza breadstick from yesterday. All right, we'll keep moving. The Don says that JTAC knows when each type is appropriate based on the tactical situation and ensures all safety parameters are met. Appreciate your service, buddy. 100% true. Yes, we do know that. Which is why the whole Venezuela stuff looks so bad. F. Matt, love you. Susan, thanks, Susan. Nah, not F. Matt. Not F. Matt. I think Matt means well. I just think I don't know. I just, at some point, you think he's got to pivot out of that, but he just is refusing to do it. All right, Armed Appalachia. I'm sure other people have asked tonight, but where are the Epstein files? Isn't that a great question? Where the fuck are the Epstein files? Technically, they have what, like a week left? Don't worry. I'm sure we'll get some goddamn excuse in a week from now of why they can't release them. And then we'll invade Venezuela. Look over here. That's the way it works. Dumb question. How effective is the Mark 19 on vehicles? Very effective if you mount it, right? Mount it on the top of a, well, you can mount it with a Crow system as well. Crow system is actually a computer controlled system that goes to the turret of the gun that you can mount a Mark 48 or a 50 cal on. And you actually, for us in special operations in our MATBs, you actually can sit in the back of the MATB, which is completely up armored with an Xbox controller as you watch on a live feed like it's Call of Duty for real, as you have your Mark 19 grenade launcher as you know, light shit up from inside the vehicle. So very effective. Anyway. Yeah, the Crow can be pretty buggy. That's true. That can happen. A lot of times where you have to go, oh shit, and got to get out and get on top of it and use it manually. But still pretty dope. Yeah, Mark 19 jams a lot too. But anyway, would you talk to Destiny about it? The Young Turks. Would you talk to Destiny about it? The Young Turks. It seems that he has a different view of the current rhetoric. Would you talk to Destiny in general? Yeah, why not, dude? Yeah, I would talk to anybody, man. I just there's certain people I wouldn't talk to. Well, I shouldn't say wouldn't. I would say like Rabbi Shmuley is like maybe one of the only people that I wouldn't waste my time on, because that's the type of guy that just like screams the entire time and there's no actual discussion. But yeah, I talk to pretty much anybody, man. I don't have a problem with talking to people, even if I don't agree with them. And I don't agree with hardly anything that comes out of that dude's mouth, especially Destiny. Yeah, there's that. There's this. I don't know, like the full breakdown of that. Oh my God, Norm Finkelstein. I would love to have him on the show, man. I've got a bunch of his clips that we're going to use on Tuesday. That dude is a fucking badass, dude. I love watching him. Yeah, Norman Finkelstein. I got a bunch of his clips for Tuesday, actually, that we're going to look at. But yeah, I would talk to anybody, man. Like relatively anybody. I'm not one of those guys that's like, oh, this person said things I don't like, so I'm not going to talk to them. You know, like, oh, Hassan said that he thinks Americans deserve 9/11, so I'm not going to talk to him. Like, fucking who cares, dude? I don't get upset about words. You know, it's the last thing I'm really concerned about. Somebody said, no, that was Hassan, Gina, not Destiny. That was Hassan. That I did a whole video on the second channel about Hassan shocking his dog. So, you know, yeah, I talked a bunch of shit about Hassan for that, but, yeah, but I would talk, I would have Hassan on too. I would talk to Hassan. I'd talk to Destiny. I'd talk to any of these people, man. I think again, like the only person I'd probably not waste my time with is Rabbi Shmuley. Cause again, that dude just like screams at everybody and there's no conversation to be had. But any like as actual conversation, sure, man. Nobody invites me on their show though, guys. I've thought about this. I'm like, I've started to like look around and I'm like, everybody's on everybody's shows. And I'm like looking at my YouTube channel with like my numbers that we're doing on like views. And I'm like, we're doing like more views than fucking almost everybody. And nobody invites me on their show besides Alex Jones. and like my obviously like my group of friends, Ian and Jesse and JD and those guys, but like random people like Pierce Morgan's not inviting me on the show. And you know, why is nobody inviting me on their shows? You know what I mean? Maybe it's coming at some point. I'm a respectful guest. Like I am. I'm not mean. I'm not going to crash out. I'm not going to yell at you. You know what I mean? I don't punch down. That's true. But nobody wants to have me on, I guess. So I need bigger arms. I don't know, dude. Like again, you guys, here's the thing. You guys just get me by myself when I like show myself, when you guys actually get to see me next to people. Yeah, I'm not small. Oh, I think I took a picture. Took a picture at the gym. I usually almost never take pictures. I'll take a picture at the gym because I actually I've lost some weight, like some toned down a little bit. Let's see, I'll pull one up. You guys can see what I'm rocking with now. Let's see. Let me find it. Oh, there we go. Here we go. Yeah, see? That was today. That's about 235. About 6'3", 235. So I'm doing work. We're doing work. You sorry that I found the weight you lost. So yeah. Why didn't you do 2-a-days? Man, I'm too old to do 2-a-days. But yeah, we'll yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty big. I was up to like 260. And then am I on any test? Bro, I'm on everything, dude. I'm on all of it. Let's see, what's my stack? Well, before we take off, I'll say what am I on right now? Let's see, I'm on TRT, of course, Masteron, Equipoise. Those are the steroids. And then HGH, Tesmarelin, so artificial HGH, real HGH, BPC 157, TB 500. What else do I got going on? GLP-1 for a little bit of weight loss. We got glutathione. That's another one I'm taking. I think that's it. Moodiness? I'm not moody, man. Super, super calm dude, actually. Well, I'm about twice the size, man. You got me by a couple inches? Goddamn, you must be tall as shit, man. Be a gigantic boy. You know who's bigger than me? Not many creators are bigger than me. Maybe not. He's not as big as me physically. Is Ian. You guys know Ian is fucking gigantic, right? You know, Ian's like 6'6". He's fucking huge, dude. Yeah, Ian's a fucking giant. Giant, bro. He's big too. Like he's actually pretty big too. Yeah. Yeah, Ian's 6'6", I believe. Somebody said he's not that big. Ian's 6'6", dude. In what world is 6'6" not that big? You're crazy, man. I was fired up earlier. What are you talking about, dude? At what point was I fired up? Bringing you truth isn't fired up. All right, one more super chat. We're about to head out of here. Mitch says TPUSA members were at JTF Southern Border HQ at Fort Hawaka morning of 9/9, speaking with tons of 06 brass counterintelligence. I was witness like they were coming out of a PONR final brief. That's fucking weird if that's true. That's super weird. Ian does actually kind of look like Dr. You know, Dr. Disrespect's like 6'7" too, though. They're both fucking gigantic. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm nowhere near that big. My biggest was like about 6'3", 255, 260. I try to keep it down around 230 now. But all right, we finally made it. One more hog cranking. Respectfully, Bussin is cranking that hog. You see the vet super chat? Did I miss one? I don't think I missed any. Yeah, I think I got them all. I didn't mean to miss any if I did. All right. We did it. 5 hours. My God. I knew this one was going to take a long time. I'm glad everybody stayed. We still have 6,000 people in here just listening to me rant after the super chats. Oh my God. You guys are the best, man. We have built, 5 hours later and we still have 6,000 people in here. You guys are crazy. We got a great community. It's growing fast. You know, appreciate you guys. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got coming up? It's Friday. We got the Tuesday live. A couple videos will probably come up in between there. We're going to talk about Cash Patel a little bit here and there. I'm going to talk about Sleepy Don, Sleepy Trump, who obviously has dementia. So actually, there's a dementia doctor that's done a bunch of content on old Sleepy Don. So we're going to do an episode on that. And I'm going to check out some stuff you guys brought up on the episode tonight, and we'll get back to it. So, yeah, very, very cool. Don't forget to vote for me if you haven't in the pinned comment for most influential man of the year. That would be a cool thing to win, huh? We'll see if we can live stream that somehow if we make it there. That would be very cool. We'll shout out the VFT community, obviously. I got a fun outfit I'm thinking about wearing. Looking at the final chats, make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, all right, we did it. One of the longest ones we've ever done. All right, everybody, thank you very much for sticking with me for this entire long-winded rant. This episode is probably going to make a lot of people very, very upset. Wouldn't be surprised to see some Twitter backlash, but I don't have Twitter, so I don't give a fuck. Yeah, not too worried about it. But all right, that's going to do it, everybody. Thank you all very much. Thanks to the mods, Jasmine, our new mods, Joe, Jay, everyone. And yeah, we'll catch y'all in the next one. If it's not something sooner than Tuesday, we'll see you Tuesday. We got a good show coming up Tuesday with a lot of fun stuff to talk about. All right. Good night, everybody.